we start, whilst the administration may be following up with Honorable Mlala, Honorable Majosi, and Honorable Bambo. Is that agreed? Can I get your agreement on that, or you would want us to probably wait for another 5-10 minutes?
No, let's not run over time, Chair. We're already late. Let's start, please.
Okay. Yeah, I don't want to look like pushing ahead against the will of members. But I think as we start, we have the duty in ourselves, honorable members, to manage the time. But I do understand the candidates that came before us, we needed to really cover the ground, also showing to the public that we do take the concerns if they raise them with the committee and need to test them. Of course, honorable members, as we're going to start, you'd remember that we had scheduled 5 candidates earlier on, which we couldn't do all, and we did about 3. And then we had to negotiate to take 4 and 5 into the evening. So we'll try and run until we complete the race. But of course, I do want, before we get the candidate 4 to come in, so that in between we can then get the administrator to do the work of getting the other candidates online to be ready to come in. Whilst we took the break, there would have been a development with regards to one of the candidates. And I would ask Ms. Davin to report on that candidate number 5, so that at least it's placed on record before we even call candidate 4, so that we know we can then move instead of taking a break in between to clarify the matter I want to clarify now. Ms. Ndabeni?
Evening, Chairperson. One of the candidates, candidate number 5, Ms. Sandika Daya, has written to the committee to say she is withdrawing from the process, and I read her email to the committee, Chair.
Yes, please.
She said, yes, sir. She says, I am so sorry, but I unfortunately have to decline the interview. Apologies for the late response. I currently work at MultiChoice, which is a direct competitor to the SABC. I've consulted with my line manager and it is deemed to be a conflict of interest. So I will not be proceeding with the interview. Thank you for the opportunity, Sandika.
Honorable members, you've heard that. It's been read on record, and therefore it is the candidate herself who has withdrawn, or not out of any making of the committee, as the committee is not cited as a reason for the withdrawal of the candidate. So which therefore means that 5 would be out, will then be taking the next one that would have come before the committee to then also come in after the candidate will be seen now. So the committee support will have to work on that. Is that clear, honorable members? I take it that it's clear, so there's on that email that has been read. Like I said, honorable members, this will then be the continuation of the interviews that we started this morning at 9, where I agreed to reconvene at 6 after plenary, but as you know, plenary still continuing. We will have other members connecting, but we do have the required number to proceed. With that, I will just check with Ms. Ndabeni if the other candidate is on the platform and indicate for record.
Yes, Chairperson, the candidate is on the platform at Dr. Renee Horn. She's on the platform now. Thank you, Chair.
Welcome, Dr. Renee Horn.
Good day, Chair. Good day, honourable members.
Okay. Thank you. Let's start by appreciating the fact that you would have agreed to the shifting of the times, given the engagements that the committee had with the candidates that came before it, and of course, the other pressing parliamentary program that we also needed to attend to as members. In particular, this committee, because also had an item to present to the House. I'll just say quickly, Ms. Ndabeni, just ensure that I'm muted so that there's not too many mics. Ms. Ndabeni, yes, thank you. We are here as the subcommittee of the Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies, as it is named now. And as we know, the subcommittee would also be subjected to the rules of the National Assembly, but we report to the committee. Our purpose is simply the appointment process for the SABC board, for which you have been nominated, and hence you are before the committee after the shortlisting process. So please feel welcomed. We are taking this indeed as just an engagement more than an interview, so that you're able to share your experiences with the members of the committee. And you can learn from also the questions that members would engage you on. And I must say that this committee in its constitution, it's based on proportional representation as per the 2019 election outcomes. And therefore would mean that it's fairly represented in terms of different members of parliament coming from different political parties. Of course, just to outline how we are going to proceed from here. We have put 45 minutes all in all, but as you know, it can be less depending on the answers and how the members engage, and sometimes slightly over, not out of our making, but probably because we need to get answers we need to get, and members may be following up. So in that 45 minutes, I'll briefly introduce the members of the committee as to who is in the committee. Some of them may still be connecting because the House is still dealing with some few items, so others would have attended physically, but they do connect to the meeting. After that introduction, would give you 5 minutes to briefly introduce yourself, which will also give you an opportunity to talk to your expertise and the skills that you'll bring on board if you were to be considered for the SABC board recommendation. So in that score, what that means is the members have had an opportunity of looking at your detailed CV, and therefore in asking or interacting with you, they will not be limited to the brief introduction that you do in the 5 minutes. They will take everything into account. Immediately after that brief introduction, we'll then take members who would want to pose questions as a way of interacting with you. We allocate about 5 minutes for that, which will be question and your responses at the same time. So once members are done, if there are questions to really just get clarity on, that's when the chair actually asks some questions Otherwise, if members have covered the ground, there would be no need for the chair to raise up any point. We'll then come back to you and give you an opportunity for 3 minutes to say your last points to the committee before we wrap up. So that's how we are going to proceed from now on. I'll just then indicate members from parties, as I said, were constituted as such. We do have from the African National Congress of members, of course, starting with the Honorable Tembu. I'm not sure if she has already, yes, I see on the platform, she's there. Not sure if she's in a position to indicate. Honorable Tembu, you are on the platform.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm here.
Okay, Honorable Tembu from the African National Congress. We also have Honorable Dr. Basop from the African National Congress. Dr. Basop, can you?
Good evening, Chair. Good evening to you, Doc, as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have Honorable Mlala from the African National Congress. Honorable Mlala, can you hear us now? I know
yes, good evening, Chair, and good evening to Renai.
All right, thank you. That's Honorable Mlala, myself, Honorable Maneli, the chair, but also from the ANC, as you can see. We then have Honorable Kola Barnett from the Democratic Alliance, who's been on the platform.
Good evening, Chair.
I saw her video switched on, yes, but I couldn't see you. There's Honorable Kola Barnett, she's on the platform. Thank you, Honorable Kola Barnett. We, from the IFP, we have the Honorable Majosi. I've seen her presenting in Parliament not long ago, but she should be able to join us anytime soon. We also have Honorable Pambo from the EFF. But as I said, with the numbers we have, we are able to proceed accordingly, and they'll be able to join at the time of being able. So we are proceeding in that scope. So that's a brief introduction of the members. We are now coming to you. You can only say relax and engage with the members, starting with your brief introduction in the 5 minutes from now. Over to you, Dr. Reneho.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, honourable members. It's really an honour and a pleasure. My name is Renee Horn. I was born in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal, and I was raised by my grandmother, who comes from Sidara. She was a housekeeper who had no formal education. Along with my parents and my grandmother, I was taught that education is the key to success and also helping the broader society. So I have 5 degrees, 3 of them from the University of KwaZulu-Natal, 2 from the University of London. I'm also a Ford as well as Sheffling Scholar. My experience is as follows. In my early years at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, I was a tutor and administrative assistant. I then moved on to the SABC as a young journalist, and subsequently I put up my hand to go to the Middle East, where I interviewed Yasser Arafat and Shimon Peres. This was the first time that I've ever went beyond the borders of South Africa. Later, I became a war correspondent and was dubbed the first African woman to go to a large-scale war in Iraq, 2003. SABC was the only broadcaster from Africa that was on the front line at that stage. And due to our limited resources, we focused more on human interest stories rather than actually following the big stories. And at that stage, the SABC was financially sustainable in terms of an organization. In my pursuit to better serve my country, I decided to enroll for a second master's and PhD abroad, where I picked up experience from an international front as an editor for the World Entrepreneur Society, as well as also doing some consultancy work for Delta Economics. I successfully completed my PhD and returned to South Africa to head up the BEE unit at the Gordon Institute of Business Science, and also acted as a principal for one of the UK companies, Next Rubicon Capital. Subsequently, I moved on to Wits Business School, WBS, where I wanted to assist in shaping and developing South African future leaders. So I'm a senior lecturer and served then as the MBA director. In the same organization for many years, I've served also as the Director of International Relations, where we successfully provided linkages to various international partners around the world. This was to very much ensure that our South African leaders would learn to achieve the elements of a competitive advantage. I'm currently the Management Advancement Program Director at the Wits Business School, where we are developing future change leaders for the digital age. In addition to this, very much my passion is for the aspect in terms of ensuring that I'd like to develop Black South African businesses, and also the elements in terms of actually youth empowerment. This is done through my work by way of the South African Supplier Diversity Council, of which I am chairperson of. And of course, I volunteer my time by providing the necessary linkages between South African Black SME businesses into a viable ecosystem with that of corporate South Africa and multinationals. Further to this, I'm also the divisional chairperson for the Academy, where I founded the I-led program, which hones in on skills development for Black SMMEs, which has been a great success so far. I'm also currently the SABC non-executive director, serving since June of this year. It seems like a long time ago, as I've hit the ground running, and probably I've left some tire marks at the SABC. I serve on 3 committees in terms of the SABC board as well, and I believe these committees are the workhorses of the board. I currently serve on the Digital Technology Subcommittee, and of course I've selected that because I do believe that we have to take the SABC into the 4th Industrial Revolution, and that's mainly by OTT. In tandem with that, I've also been part, and very much actually part of at this moment in time, the Finance, Investment and Procurement Committee, and that's also to strategize on the financial viability and the future growth of the organization. Due to my journalism experience, I was also appointed on the News and Editorial Committee to ensure editorial oversight, independence, and the preservation of the public news service, which I'm extremely passionate about. I believe that by way of my leadership style, it's a fail forward quickly strategy. We have to learn from our setbacks quickly. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, honorable members, we have to use that as a stepping stone to success. Thus, I consider myself as an agile and collaborative leader that adapts to change quickly and moves an organization through change quickly. I would be honored to be of service to the SABC and the public. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, taking actually the SABC into the digital age, and of course, passing this on to ensure that we have actually a growth trajectory for the SABC. And of course, it will benefit us for generations to come. Chair, I hope that my 5 minutes is, I'm within my 5 minutes, or shall I proceed? I'm trying not to be too tedious.
5 minutes, yes, once I switch on the video camera. It's not intimidation, just a reminder. Thank you.
Okay.
So we'll now take honorable members who would want to engage at this point. So if you can raise your hands for those that are experiencing challenges, would indicate in case I leave them out. Was it you who was indicating chair, or was it a member? I'm trying to check if there's a member who was calling me in case I do not see the hand.
My hand is up, Chair.
Yes. So that's That was Honorable Mthembu, Honorable Kolabanat. Those are the two hands for now that I see. You can proceed, starting with Honorable Mthembu, followed by Honorable Kolabanat.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Greetings to you. Good evening to the lady, I don't remember the surname.
Hone,
Hone.
Dr. Hone, yes.
Good evening, Dr. Hone.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Dr. Hone, I just want to start by saying I understand that you have experience in SABC, but I just want to know that if you may happen to be appointed as one of the board members, what will be your turnaround strategy that will sustain this institution in terms of finances? I mean, the institution of SABC. Thank you.
Chair,
Yes, you can proceed. The intention is not to come in between so that we leave it to be quite interactive.
okay, thank you so much, Honorable Chair, and thank you very much, Honorable Mthembu, for that particular question regarding turnaround strategy. And of course, by way of this, I think, serving on the board since June 2022, we've seen some good tracks by way of the particular aspect in terms of your austerity measures. Those austerity measures, of course, have been the reduction by way of your costs from possibly about 1 billion to that of 200 million. One of the things that we would like to see, and I think, off the bat, as a board member, if I'm afforded the opportunity, is that, of course, having the element in terms of the execution of the critical path, which what we would do is that ensure that then in the next 6 months or so, that at least the SABC could break even in terms of that particular 200 million rand, which could possibly be in deficit. So those are the necessary figures. So of course, that's the first actually kind of job that I would do along with the board to ensure that we actually bring the SABC very quickly in terms of actually the financial viability. One of the more welcome moves in terms of the SABC is, of course, the must carry actually regulation, which now requires actually subscription broadcasters to actually ensure that they actually pay for SABC channels. And obviously, we would actually ensure that we had negotiable terms in terms of this. And I believe that the must carry actually regulation is a low hanging fruit, and this could be necessarily done within the 6 months. Now, one of the things that I'm passionate about is, of course, the digital space. And of course, we do have obviously the OTT streaming strategy. Now, this is something with reference to actually being a delay in terms of that particular strategy. I think that we would need to ensure that we have a plan that ensures that we get that strategy up and running, because it will provide the necessary revenue for the SABC at the end of the day. Also, I mean, of course, more of a long-term aspect in terms of financial sustainability would be the particular aspect in terms of TV licenses, and of course, changing that to more of a levy. So the OTT streaming platform, the particular aspects in terms of the levy, and of course, critical path and the must carry regulation is the most important. And that's something that the board, and if afforded the opportunity, I would be doing off the bat in terms of the SABC.
Thank you, Honorable Mthembu. I now recognize Honorable Kolabanat, who would then be followed by Honorable Dr. Basu.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Horn. Yeah, I mean, I did listen to to some of the innovations, but if one had to rank them, what changes would you look for almost immediately? I'm very interested in this concept of the SABC licenses being a levy, because I think you're going to hit a brick wall with that proposal. But you know, what changes would you prevent? What would you look for, especially now? And I suppose I'm talking more of content in the run up to the 2024 national election. What are you going to keep your eye out for and try to prevent, etc.? Then a question I've asked others as well. The SABC, of course, is now competing in a very difficult and broad market and environment. What was your thought process in watching the firing of the 600 and with it enormous amounts of expertise, along with scrapping of certain things such as special assignment, the investigative program of 24 years standing? Is not the issue of dropping audience relating directly to lack of content? And in your plans to turn around the SABC, and I heard many of your ideas there, which would deal directly with the Zondo Commission revelations of corruption within. And finally, yeah, the fact that the SABC is now hiring 400 people, having scrapped 600, there was a suggestion that perhaps the 400 will provide different skills to the 600 who were scrapped, but I know the 600 included enormous experience. And so I'm questioning that comment that was made previously. Your opinion on that. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Barnard. And if I understand, there are 5 or so questions in terms of actually the aspects in terms of how would I rank reaching the financial viability in terms of the SABC. I do believe in terms of the particular aspect with reference to the critical path aspect, in terms of the aspect of 6 months by way of breaking even. I think that's the first, port of call. Then, of course, if we're looking at that OTT streaming strategy, that would actually take, a longer period of time in terms of this. But I think that if afforded the opportunity, I would very much actually be front and center and try to actually ensure that we actually get that strategy up and running, because it will actually assist greatly in terms of the financial viability. Of course, the element of content that has to go along with the streaming strategy. So that's something that one has to take into account. So that would be probably a 2A in terms of that one. And then the must carry regulation, which I also believe is actually a low hanging fruit with reference to actually what would happen in the first so-called year in terms of those particular kind of commercial actually negotiable terms. Then, of course, in relation to the 2024 elections, one of the fundamentals is that SABC is a public broadcaster. It is not a state broadcaster. So the elements of impartiality are very important. And of course, one as a board member has got to keep an eye in terms of ensuring the elements of impartiality, that everybody has a fair opportunity to voice their particular opinions, of course, in line with the elements of nation building as well. Regarding the broad market environment, I've asked this many a times in terms of our board meetings about doing a competitive analysis about other broadcasters, like the BBC, those in South Korea, in terms of public broadcasters, so that we can actually get a competitive analysis of how they're actually dealing with the competitive environment, like that of your Netflixes, you know, your Disney channels, etc. So this is something that in terms of strategy, because that's the board's job, is to deal with the elements in terms of strategy, is to ensure that we have a well you know, defined competitive analysis from an international perspective, and that's something that I'm pretty good at by way of that. Relating to the next point in terms of, you know, the content, I do believe that by way of our content, we've got to be ready to meet the demands of our youth, of the broader South Africa. And when I say meet the demands, it has to be, of course, by way of actually fulfilling our mandate in terms of actually dealing with all the languages that we have in the country, and all basically in terms of the cultures in terms of the country. Now, I was not present in terms of the particular aspects of special assignment. I do actually believe that special assignment was a very, very good current affairs program, but that is something that I would not know the finer details of by way of this. But, you know, my personal opinion is that you know, by way of special assignment, I do believe that there was actually a very good current affairs program. I mentioned the lack of content, and that's something that we have to remain relevant and meet the demands in terms of South Africans. And then, of course, the elements by way of corruption. I have sat for many years on audit and risk. Unfortunately, couldn't sit on audit and risk on this particular occasion, but this is something that the board and I believe that they've afforded the opportunity, would need to keep a very close eye on. One of the things about actually the current board is that of course there has been, you know, particular elements where they've tried to deal with the necessary irregularities in terms of you know, spending, etc. And that's something that you know, as a board member, I will certainly be ensuring that there is zero tolerance towards corruption. So also by way of the which you've mentioned, the firing, you know, in terms of your Section 189, was not actually part of that particular process, but one of the fundamentals is in terms of that we were given assurances, and this obviously will be coming to HR and REMCO, and then of course to the SABC board, that the hiring of people is going to be very much in terms of newer skills and very much actually designed for the digital space. So this is something as a new board member that I would be looking closely at and ensuring that this is something that we take forward, and not a particular issue where we actually fire and then have a situation where you know, there's a problem by way of what we actually, the quality in terms of what we're hiring, and that's very, very important. Close to my heart, I must say, Honourable Barnard, is the element of youth development, and I do believe that in that particular space, especially because of the mandate, that we need to ensure that we actually have more youth dealing with the digital space, because they are the future of South Africa. Honourable Barnard.
Thank you. Sorry, I just didn't unmute myself. Thank you very much for that input. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Barnard. I will now recognize Honourable Dr. Basop, who will then be followed by Honourable Mulala.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Good evening, Doctor. Once again, I've just got two questions for you. The first one, in your presentation, you indicated that you once joined this SABC as a young journalist at the time, but at the end of the day, you resigned or you left the institution. Can you tell us why did you leave the organization? What were the reasons? Then again, all of a sudden, you want to go back now as a board member. Why are you so interested to go back to SABC? That's one question. The second one, in the state capture report findings, there is a glaring mismanagement of funds as well as corrupt practices. You have partly covered this question by indicating that you will ensure that there is zero tolerance on corruption. But the area that I'm interested in, how are you going to do that? In practical terms, how are you going to do that there's a zero tolerance? Then on the same question, what mechanism would you put in place to ensure that you recover the monies that have been squandered already? Because there are lots of money that have been squandered in that organization, according to this report. But if you happen to be appointed, what is it that you are going to do to ensure that those funds are being covered back to the organization? Thank you very much, Chairperson. Those are the two questions.
Thank you so much, Honorable Basop, in terms of this. So your first question is about, I've joined the SABC, and then, of course, and this was some time ago. I recall it was maybe possibly around about, actually about 20 years ago, if I recall. So I stand to be corrected. I must actually just kind of recollect that one. But one of the things that I think as an individual that you need to ensure is the element of growth, and that has been mentioned in terms of my introduction. So there are times where you believe that if you would like to actually assist the broader South Africa, deal with particular elements in terms of the development of SMEs, deal with particular elements in terms of youth development, you yourself will have to go through an element in terms of growth. And by way of this, you would need to, of course, ensure that you would actually educate yourself. And specifically, if I'm talking about myself, one of the fundamentals is that I believed at that stage that I needed international experience. And I think international experience is very important in terms of how we actually run our institutions, because of then we can do the necessary comparative studies, do the necessary competitive analysis. And that's a very important component, having that international experience and international exposure, and also having the international qualifications, because it allows you to have the elements of global citizenry, so to speak. So that's actually the point A in terms of your particular question. So the elements of why would I like to become a board member now that I have the necessary experience, I don't believe as a young journalist that I would have had the necessary experience to be actually a board member at that particular moment in time. So I believe that in terms of my experience, I do have an overall kind of a bird's eye view in terms of the particular elements by way of what the broadcaster does. But also, I do also believe that by way of my particular kind of experience in terms of the board, because boards require diversity, I'm more of actually a well-rounded approach. So of course, I've sat on various boards, and I do believe that in terms of the SABC board, they do necessarily need the elements of experience by way of oversight and strategy. That even relates to your third point. And thus there has to be a high level of understanding in terms of impartiality and of course leadership. The element of corporate and stakeholder experience, that very much in terms of actually comes with actually engaging more with all parties equal and fairly. And that's, of course, I've done that, after actually being a young journalist. The international experience in terms of interacting with various actually corporations from around the world. And this is something that one has to take into account in terms of actually one as an individual and the growth path that one has to have. Regarding your particular issue in terms of the glaring mismanagement of funds and the element of zero corruption, as pointed out in many of these committee meetings, as well as the one board meeting that I've attended, and also the in-committee meetings, I have mentioned the particular aspects in terms of ensuring that there should be the elements of consequence management. And of course, there needs to be a plan that needs to be crafted in terms of the elements of consequence management and recovering actually the funds that have been lost by way of corruption. At this moment in time, of course, I found it actually quite disturbing, and that's why in terms of irregular expenditure, I said, look, there has to be an element of consequence management, and how do we move forward? So in my four months, this is something that I've alerted the current SABC board, and taken it forward. We would ensure that we have the necessary plans in place in terms of consequence management and the recovery thereof in terms of particular funds. I hope that, Honourable Basu, I've answered your particular questions.
To Honourable Dr. Basu, may I then check Honourable Mlala saying this still up? Honourable Mlala?
Sorry, Chair.
Yes, Honourable Pambo?
Yeah,
I
Chair,
note you.
my
I
hand was,
noted Honourable Mlala. Yes.
my hand was not up, Chair, but I just wanted to follow up on the candidate's response. Perhaps maybe if Honourable Mlala is bringing a different matter. Can I just follow up on this one so that we don't have many issues being discussed?
No, I will persuade Honourable Mlala, because I was calling him, that you can make the follow-up. He will still come back to ask his questions that may be different from what you're following.
Yes.
Proceed, Honourable Pambo.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your indulgence. Thank you very much, ma'am. I'm just interested in how you would explain that you went into the board knowing that you do not have international experience, and you still accepted the post. So can you please explain that? It doesn't make sense that you only discovered when you were appointed and that you would have taken up the post. You knew before you became a member that you don't have international experience, and you only attended one board member. Did you have a Damascus moment? I'm not really convinced as to why would you accept the post if you knew that you don't have this experience that you think is so crucial that it would make you resign from a job that you would have, applied for, and you would have went through the process and only later to resign. Can you please explain that for me? Thank you.
I think, Honourable Bambo, the question that was raised was, when I was actually a young journalist, why had I then resigned in terms of being a young journalist, resigned from the SABC? And if I recall, I'd mentioned that was to ensure that I developed more international experience by way of actually ensuring that I've done the necessary degrees, because of course I was also awarded with the necessary scholarships in terms of that. It does not apply to the board, which is very much a recent actually undertaking in terms of that. So I do have the relevant national international experience in terms of the SABC board, which I joined in June 2022 of this year. That was actually 20 years ago. And by way of that, I did mention that one of the fundamentals in terms of ensuring that as an individual, that you would need to have an element in terms of individual growth to ensure that you also want to actually transfer those particular skills, but you would need to also go through the relevant actually growth path. So that was actually roughly about 20 years ago. And now, of course, in terms of the SABC board, there's all the particular elements in terms of international experience, which has been done over the years within those 20 particular years. Honourable Bambo, I hope that I've answered that particular question and the clarification thereof.
No, thank you very much, Chair, for your indulgence. Thank you, ma'am. You've answered me.
Thank you.
Well.
Yeah. So it was just
thank you, Honourable
Bambo.
And thank you, Honourable Mlala. You will understand it was important to make this intervention so that the notes could be clarified. Honourable Mlala?
Yeah, no, I do understand, Chair. Thanks very much, Chair, and Dr. Renai. Good afternoon, or good evening, actually. It's quite late. I've got two questions for you. Most of the people we interviewed today talking about of the board on the administration. I would like you, because I'd like you to describe to us what is your understanding between the board, the administration, and the shareholder. In a sense, where do you actually when you did interference? If you could just describe that for the committee, so that what is your understanding? We understand the board's role is oversight, but sometimes oversight is called interference and so on. So if you could just clarify that, your understanding with regard to the interface relation between the three. That's my first question. The second one is, since you've been in the SABC board now since June, have you seen the contribution of the commercial arm of SABC as it relates to the public mandate? Or is just a purely commercial? If you could just explain to us your understanding of this twin roles you see, both as a business and as a part of implementing the public mandate. Thanks, ma'am. I think those are my two questions.
Okay, thank you so much, Honorable Molala. So I couldn't hear quite clearly, but my understanding in terms of your first question was, you know what I mean, the relationship or between the administration, and that is, of course, the C-suite, the shareholder and the SABC board. I will maintain that in terms of the SABC board, it is there to, of course, as mentioned, to provide oversight, but it's there to also provide the elements of strategy and, of course, actually kind of leading the necessary organization by way of strategy, and how we also need to ensure the financial sustainability of the board. And more actually broadly is to actually ensure by way of our stakeholders, the elements by way of diversity, ensuring that by way of actually the SABC, that it is according to the Broadcast Act, the aspect in terms of universal access. And that I think is fundamental in terms of that. By way of the shareholder, I do believe that there needs to be more work, and this was from the operation side, of understanding what is it that our shareholder needs and requires. And I've mentioned this by way of, and if I recall, it was actually by way of Professor Barnard, in terms of even the content. That's a very important component in terms of ensuring that we drive the SABC forward. It has to be relevant content, relevant to actually our shareholders at the end of the day. And I think I'll stop there in terms of that, and perhaps maybe if you would like me to highlight anything further. In terms of the SABC with reference to the particular elements by way of your commercial arm, I mean, of course, you have the PBS and the PCS. And by way of this, I do believe that with reference to radio, which has really, if you look at their market share, it's over 70% of the market share, and very much actually providing for, the particular access to all in South Africa. I do believe that by way of our particular aspects, by way of our commercial channels, even in terms of specifically television, there has been actually losses, and that very much actually aligns to the issue of content relevance at the end of the day. And of course, by way of content relevance, that means that many of our particular actually South Africans would probably opt for something else, another channel, rather than actually kind of looking towards SABC. And I do believe that in terms of our strategy, and that's the digital strategy, the OTT strategy, I think that's going to be something that's going to be very important to ensure we have the sustainability and the growth of the SABC. I hope that's actually indeed answered your questions, Honourable Malala.
I take
just on a follow-up, Chair.
Yes, Honourable.
Yeah, I think you Dr. Horn, you've answered part of my question. Maybe you did not hear the other part. The other part was on the interference on the board, on the administration. And what is your experience in that regard? Is there interference? There's also interference in terms of the newsroom. There was also a report about that. So I wanted to hear your understanding of that, and if that is still persistent or is not there, or what do you believe in? Do you believe that there is interference or there isn't interference?
Thank you so much, Honorable Malala, in terms of that particular question, which I did not hear the second part by way of interference. So I do understand that before my time, that was before June, there may have been particular kind of elements in terms of interference, but I cannot actually account for that or, by way of that. But the one thing that I need to stress in terms of the current and the future board is that we have to have an element in terms of impartiality. I will be one of the first to actually raise my hand and say that, and actually kind of ask people by way of the SABC board itself to very much actually, account if there are any elements of, partiality or any elements in terms of interference. One has to take into account that as the public broadcaster, and we all are very much aware of this, that we have to give everybody an equal opportunity and universal access. And of course, we need to make sure that all voices are heard, and we have to do this in an impartial manner. So any SABC board members that are prescribing to an element of interference, that would be something that we would have to actually bring to book by way of actually calling those particular kind of individuals by way of actually saying, well, this is not the way we actually go about doing business. On terms of actually by way of your operations, the SABC board, and this is what I've seen, does not get involved in terms of operations. This is what I'm actually kind of, by way of actually my period since June, I have not actually seen any levels by way of interference in terms of this. And as mentioned, by way of, starting in June, with the various kind of meetings that one has had, there has been no elements so far in terms of interference. I do understand that the levels of governance are being worked out, and I think that of course that would necessarily be beefed up in terms of the SABC new board, which, if afforded opportunity, I'd like to also ensure that we work on that by way of impartiality. So thank you very much, Honourable Malala.
Thank you, Honourable Malala. May I just check if there's any member I may be leaving out before we get to wrap up on with the candidate? So if there's no other hand, just want to go back to the point raised by Honourable Malala in terms of the relationship, the management, the board, then the shareholder, in this case, as represented by the minister. I think the point really is the word independence, and how do you locate these role players in the context of the independence of the SABC as a national broadcaster.
The SABC as a public broadcaster at all times should be independent. And I think that that is something that is a non-negotiable by way of how the SABC board should run its business. And of course, we've got various elements by way of our particular kind of legislation that very much aligns to that, is the element of independence. So this is something that by way of the new board, we would need to ensure that we keep editorial independence, the aspect in terms of impartiality very much in check. Specifically, Chair, when we're coming up to the elections, where I know that of course is going to be actually many voices where they would like to have a particular say and elements of partiality in terms of this. As the public broadcaster, we would have to remain independent. And that's something that I'm very, 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 very actually firm about, and ensuring that we also have that editorial actually, code of conduct at the end of the day. Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Rene. We now come back to you in the 3 minutes to speak to the committee, and thereafter wrap up. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Chair and honourable members. It's really been actually an absolute privilege, to afford me this particular opportunity. As stated, that I've started in June 2022, and of course, I do believe by way of the necessary experience that one has, that I would be able to provide, because of course I'm also part of the SABC handover task team. I would actually ensure that by way of a proper handover, that we have a clear vision so we can hit the ground running. And of course, one of the fundamentals is that I would like to actually ensure that I make a viable contribution, not only just to the SABC, but the public as a whole. And that obviously means that we would need to have financial viability. If afforded the opportunity, as mentioned in terms of some of the honourable members, in terms of how would we do a turnaround strategy. And I believe that in terms of this, we're looking at that must carry a regulation. We're looking at particular aspects in terms of a critical part, and of course the OTT streaming strategy, the elements of providing actually better content for our viewers at the end of the day, so that we meet their particular demands. And of course, I'm very passionate about the elements of youth development. So hoping that by way of the broader South Africa, that we can actually see by way of many of the honourable members that have spoken about this, as in terms of also, 400 people have left. And what are we going to see in the near future? So that would be actually something that we would need to keep a close eye on, and ensure that we have the various skills, but also ensuring the elements of youth development. Perhaps maybe, and you don't fail, you fell forward quickly. So of course, in terms of the media levy, this is something that we'll still try to actually pursue. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, fundamental is the growth of the organization and taking it into 4IR, so that it can actually better serve the broader South Africa. So I thank you for your time, and it has been an absolute privilege. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Wan. As I said, we have come to the conclusion of this engagement, and I'm sure you'd have drawn some lessons from the questions that honourable members would have raised, and surely your responses, they would have also learned from that. As I said, beyond the interview and how we need to interact with the SABC going forward. Just to deal with the formalities, with regard to further questions post the interview, we have the administration that has been working with yourself to prepare for this interview, can interact with them. But as far as the decision making and the political process, you can be guaranteed that our meetings are open to the public. You can follow through until the end of the processes we're engaged in. And therefore, once it gets to the other side of decision making, our task would have come to an end once we get to the house. So I thought it's important that I clarify that, so that if you have got further questions on the process, you can interact with the administration, or at least follow the proceedings until the end. So that's how transparent our processes are. Thanks once again for making time to come before the committee and agreeing to be rescheduled last year. You expected to be earlier on. Thank you. As we offload you, we would be asking the committee support to just ensure the other candidate is also put on the platform. Thank you.
Thank you for your time, Chair. Thank you, honourable members. All the best.
Thank you. Mr. Ndabeni?
Thank you, Chairperson. The following candidate is Mr. Dinkwanyane Mohuba. He's on the platform at the moment, Chair. Thank you.
Come on. Mohuba, Mr. Mohuba, can you hear us? I see you're muted, your camera is still off, so I just want to be sure that you can hear us and just unmute and switch on your video camera. Mr. Mohuba?
Okay, Chairperson, I'm trying to call him on the side. Chairperson?
Chairperson.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Chairperson, I think I survived. I had a technical glitch and my apology for that.
Okay. No, you are welcome. We saw you were on the platform, but
Yes.
you remained muted and we were worried that you may be talking to yourself, thinking you are.
This technology allows us to talk to ourselves, Chair.
So please feel welcomed. You are now appearing before the committee, but this is a subcommittee of the Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies provided for in terms of National Assembly rules, meaning that we report to the main committee in terms of taking processes forward. So the subcommittee has been put together to perform the task of the appointment process for the SABC board, for which you have been nominated for and shortlisted, hence you are before this subcommittee. This subcommittee is constituted proportional to the size of electoral support as the 2019 elections for political parties. So therefore it is quite a representative committee with all the other parties, even though we work as a group of parliamentarians to represent the electorate. Without a waste of time, I will then in that score just explain briefly how we are going to approach this engagement, and you'll hear the choice of words is not to say the interview, but an engagement, so that you also engage honestly with us, and through the questions of members and your responses, we should both learn from that, even beyond the interviews, as we play an oversight role over the SABC, even beyond the interview. So with we're looking at 45 minutes, but as you know, the engagement sometimes would overlap a bit, as it has been the case today. But it can also be shorter depending on the questions and the responses that get given. So in the 45 minutes, we'll briefly introduce who are the members of the subcommittee. From that, we'll then give you 5 minutes to briefly introduce yourself, also indicating, of course, your expertise, experience, skills that would make you to be considered for the board recommendation. So once that is done, we'll then get members to ask questions. And I want to state this up front, that the members would not be limited to the 5 minutes introduction you make because they've had an opportunity of going through your CV in detail, and therefore the questions could go beyond just the brief introduction of 5 minutes you do. Once the members are done with their questions, if there's any matter to highlight from what has been raised and did not come out clear, I may have to come back as the chair just to highlight that point so that you clarify. Further than that, we'll then have maximum 3 minutes again to yourself to address the committee as your last point before we actually wrap up this interaction with you. I hope that is quite clear. I will start now with the brief introduction, starting with Honorable Mthembu from the African National Congress. Honorable Mthembu, can you still hear us? Honorable Mthembu, I see you are muted. Can you still hear us?
Thank you, Chair. I'm here.
Okay, Honorable Mthembu from the African National Congress, followed by Honorable Dr. Basop. Honorable Dr. Basop, I see on the platform, but you're muted either way. But can you...
Thank you, Comrade Chair. I'm available, but I've got a problem of network.
Yes,
Yeah.
we hear you, Honorable Basop, and I can confirm it's not a robot. It's Honorable Dr. Basop throughout. So we will now move to Honorable Mlala from the African National Congress. Honorable Mlala, there's Honorable Mlala.
Good evening, Chair. Good evening, Onyani. I'm available.
Myself, Honorable Manili, who's also the chair from the African National Congress. We have Honorable Bambo from the EFF. I see you coming in and out. Are you in now?
Yeah, Chair, thank you.
Thank you. We have Honorable Kola Barnett from the Democratic Alliance. I see your video is on, but I don't see you. I hope you are not out. Yes,
Okay, it says the
Kola
virtual
Barnett.
background is still loading. I think my laptop's getting tired. There I am. Thank you, Chair. I'm here
Thank you.
and serving.
Thank you, Honorable Kola Barnett from the Democratic Alliance. Honorable Majosi from the IFP, can you now hear?
Yes, Chair, I'm here.
Okay, Honorable Majosi has also joined us. So we have almost all the members on the platform. That's the brief introduction. So that representation is now demonstrated to you. We'll now give you the 5 minutes, Mr. Mohuba, to briefly introduce yourself. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Let me put a disclaimer due to the technicalities that we are facing. I'm using facilities which do not belong to me, but they belong to my brother. In case you see a name that is not appearing on my CV, my apology, Chairperson and honorable members. I will not go into the details of the CV and qualifications, and as there's a verification process that is going on, and given the limited time, I will focus on my board experience. My board experiences and why I should be considered for this board membership.
Recording in progress.
I was fortunate to be appointed to the SABC board in 2017, and I would have served 5-year term by the 15th of October 2022, and by God's grace, I will still be alive to complete this tenure. I have served in various committees of the board, except the digital and feed committee. I agreed to serve in committees whereby the governance and nomination considered my skills and I never argued with them, because I had hated to serve in a committee whereby I'm not going to add value, and consideration was made on my skills and my experience. Hence, they allocated me committees where I should serve. Chair and honorable members, I also had an opportunity to serve in the city of Johannesburg, parastatal called Joshko, which is the Johannesburg Social Housing Company in 29. Chair, I currently serve in another state-owned entity, which is PRASA, and also serve in the audit committee, audit and risk committee of its subsidiaries called Interside and Autopex. In brief, Chair, I gain a requisite experience in corporate governance, compliance, HR, news, marketing, social and ethics, and the SOE experience and various legislative frameworks as they are appearing on my CV, and also ethical leadership and strategy. I just want to share with members briefly in terms of what was expected when one joined the board in 2017, which is the period transcending from the 2017 to the 2019, whereby it was a stabilizing phase after the occurrence of the ad hoc committee, which look into the operations of the SABC, and I'll call that a stabilizing phase. You recall, Chairperson, that there was that ad hoc committee, and that ad hoc committee came up with some recommendations, and the committee had to deal with those recommendations, and they were held accountable by this very same committee which you spoke about. And one of the things that the committee had to develop, the board had to develop, together with the assistance of the GTEC and the National Treasury and the oversight of the Department of Communications by then, was to stabilize the business and also to come up with the development of a turnaround plan. And thanks to the expertise that we were getting from the National Treasury and also from the GTEC, and board members played a critical role. And in that period, Chair, we dealt with legacy governance issues, and you would recall, Chair and members, that we had to implement the public protector recommendations, and we also had to implement the Auditor General recommendations. And also, we had to deal with the SIU, Special Investigative Unit, findings, and those findings are still continuing as I'm speaking to you now. And also had to deal with the implementation of the forensic investigations. It was quite a difficult time, hence I'm referring to it as a stabilizing period. Chair, I had an opportunity of being a member of the IOD, which is the Institute of Directors, and I've retained their membership. Chair, I went through some corporate governance exposure in terms of training at the IODSA. I think they are very clearly in my CV. I also had to expose myself to further governance experiences and practices somewhere, and hence I participated in the webinars of the Good Governance Academy, and also my attendance, the participation, copies of my participations are therefore attached for your ease of reference. Chair, I also participated in some programs, training programs at the PRASA level, at the board induction level, and I never undermined any training opportunity that was given by either of the two bodies, which is the SABC and PRASA, and also the JOSCO that I'd mentioned, and reputable organizations which are specialists in corporate governance were able to be invited to share their experiences. Just in brief, Chair, I did part.
Can hear you.
You can hear me. Thank you very much, Chair.
Just that once I appear, it's about the wrapping up part.
Okay. No. I thought maybe there is something wrong that I had done on my side.
No.
Yeah, I just want to touch on the board evaluation which was conducted in the two organizations where I served, and the board evaluation at the SABC, which was conducted recently. rated me a 3.7 out of 4, which is the confidence that my fellow board members have shown, not because of favoritism, but because of the role that I played in the board. I regarded that as a fair evaluation, and I believe that at your level, you would be able to make further assessments in terms of that report. And I believe that it is actually sitting with the shareholder. And I don't know what the processes must be followed in terms of you having access to that, but I did perform very well. Same applies to my participation in the PRASA board evaluation. It was very outstanding, and because I take my responsibility very serious as a board member. I therefore want to appreciate the fairness that was given in that regard in terms of those evaluations. And Chair, I possess various qualifications, as we have seen, and I did indicate in my CV, which is there for public consumption and which has been circulated in your platforms, and then members are able to scrutinize. And further, that you had indicated that after this process there would be an additional process going on. I'm very comfortable now, Chair, that you had indicated that this is not an interview, is an engagement, and my attention is east now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Of course, we'll talk about the minute extra that would have happened later when we give you the next.
My apology, Chair.
Thank you. May I then invite honorable members who would want to interact? I see Honorable Kolapanat, one. In case I do not see your hand, please to shout to indicate.
Chair.
Tembu, Honorable Molala. Let's take those in the meantime and proceed. Honorable Kolapanat.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm going to go straight to the elephant in the room, as it were. It seems that during your tenure at the SABC, there came a scandal over your doctoral degree. Indeed, the University of Limpopo, which institution you took to court and lost, refused to award you your doctoral degree. You were suspended where you were at that stage the Director for Communications. You were deregistered as a student. You were then fired. Termination of a 5-year contract as Marketing and Communications Executive Director because of the allegations that you'd hired 2 Zimbabweans who you flew into the country to write your thesis. So what I think is needed from you is an explanation for this entire unsavory business. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I just want to put it on record that I've never been suspended from the University of Limpopo. That's the first thing. The second part is that I was never fired. And let me put the matters into context. I did, for a fact, that I took the matter to court on agency basis, and I did lose on agency basis, but not on the facts as they were put. And I'm not sure as whether the what you call the judgment is there on the SAFLI for you to go and verify. Unfortunately, Chair, as members of the public, we are subjected to court of public opinion with no facts, and I'm not the only person who has been subjected to that process. I want to indicate that this matter, Chair, was raised twice by Parliament. And when it was raised twice by Parliament through the shareholder, I did respond to these matters extensively, and the records will show, if you were to verify further, Chairperson and members of the team, honorable members, you would be able to see that I had responded in the 2 occasions in which it was fingered. I don't want to go into very much details, because there is what you call, I'm not sure as what I would be impeding on the sub judice rule, because this matter is before courts and the matter is at the Supreme Court of Appeal now. But what I want to emphasize is that though the matter is at the Supreme Court of Appeal, there has never been a time when we dealt with the merits and the demerits of the case. I just want to address the questions of the Tuesday, but there's never been a time, unless in the public, in the media, whereby there is evidence that was shown that my doctoral degree, which I believe I will qualify for it when these processes have been concluded. And because we have not even gone to trial to test the merits and the demerits of the case, we have not gone to the trial. So for the record, Chair, I want to indicate that I've never been suspended by the University of Limpopo. I have never been fired by the University of Limpopo. If you go into the records of what we availed to the shareholder by then, you will be able to indicate, you will be able to know and attest for yourself that I was actually the big victim whose contract was terminated, without a due process. And I wish that members can actually go further as you do your oversight role to go and investigate circumstances of BK Mohuba at the University of Limpopo. And I'm very certain that there's a lot that you can avail. For now, I just want to respect the sub judice rule in the fact that the matter is at the Supreme Court of Appeal, and I don't want to detail so much information about it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I now recognize Honorable Kola Barnett. You are fine with the response. Can I move to the next member?
Yes, I will probably have a follow-up a bit later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Kola Barnett. I now recognize Honorable Tembo. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Honorable Mtembo.
You said when you introduce yourself, you don't want to serve in a committee where you do not add value. That give me a clear indication that you want to add value when you happen to be in an SABC board.
Honorable Member, I in the last five years of my participation, which I had indicated.
Let me finish, and then you will
Let me finish the question. I think there was a break. Probably thought you are done. You can proceed, Honorable.
My apology.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Then you can expand what kind of value you want to add in this institution, in the sector of finance, in sustaining financially in that area of finance. You can add a value of sustainability, as we all understand that SABC sometimes we're struggling when it comes to finance. Thank you very much, Chair.
Chairperson, can I speak now?
You can move in. I just make it a point that I don't come in between, so that there was a gap, I think, that confused you, like the member would have completed. Otherwise, I wanted to be interactive. You can proceed.
I just want to go to the issue of the value add and also just adding numbers. And I had indicated to honorable members that the evaluation processes that were done at both SABC and PRASA had indicated my commitment to the kind of the work that is expected for a reputable board member. In many cases, you would find that in some boards, people do sit and only collect fees, which is very unfortunate. And that is evidenced in many number of investigations that were made. I had indicated that I started adding value in the SABC in 2017, and I had listed a number of interventions where I have been since 2017. But let me indicate that I did put a disclaimer that I've not been part of the finance investment and procurement committee, which is called FIP, and I have not been part of the digital committee. Chair, when you sit at the SABC, you see we're starting with an organization that was coming from a very dismal environment when we joined in 2017. And then through various interventions, one of the interventions that was done when we joined, and which we found having been done by the previous interim board in order to sustain the organization, number one, was that at that level, they established a committee, which was called a payment committee, which was dealing with various supplier payment of suppliers, chaired by one board member. I won't mention his name because I don't have permission to do that, but it was a payment committee. That was an approach to sustain the organization, which was very bleeding. Secondly, there was a turnaround plan that was developed, and I indicated earlier on, which resulted in a plan being submitted to the National Treasury for a bailout of 3.2 billion. Over and above that, there was an oversight responsibility which was performed by this very committee, whereby on quarterly basis, we have to indicate how we have performed in terms of the bailout. Since that bailout, and I really want to make a commitment that with the strategies that are there now, it would not be possible for the SABC to go back to where it was prior to the interim board tenure and prior to this board tenure, because there are measures in place that are put, and austerity measures is one of the things that we proudly say we have put in, and which it will make you very unpopular if you put austerity measures in the organization, especially maybe from the employees, because you cut certain things that they might have enjoyed, like conferences, like seminars, and all these other things, in order for the sustainability of the organization. We went through that, and I think at the level where we are now, if appointed back into the committee, Honorable Mthembu, we will be able to share the experiences with the new members, and it will be vital for them to have this history, so that going on, we don't create the instability that was observed in the previous boards. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I hope I did address the questions appropriately, but I'm ready for a follow-up.
No, Honorable Mthembu, you are fine. Can I move then to Honorable Mlala?
Thank you, Honorable Chair, I'm fine.
The Honorable Mlala, you are recognized. Can proceed.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Mohuba, you have been there, the SABC, during the turbulent tsunamis in the SABC. Can you briefly tell us what key lessons have you learned in terms of, you've been there before, during the interim and so on? What are the key lessons that you would want to take over to the new board, heavy with that experience? And maybe just a follow-up on one question that was raised. In your response, you spoke about the payment committee, which in my literal understanding might mean a supply chain sort of at the level of the board. Now, my question would be, what is your understanding of the interface between the board, the administration, and the shareholder? Because that committee might have been an intervention sort of, but I would want you to extrapolate on this interface between the board, the shareholder, and the administration. And in your assessment, what is the relationship now? Are you comfortable with both the shareholder, the administration, as a board member? And maybe the last question would be on the role of the commercial arm of SABC vis-a-vis the public. Do you see the commercial arm contributing to the public mandate? And if that is not the case, why? Thanks.
Thanks, Honorable Mlala. And let me start with the key lessons that I have learned. And because by the time when I appeared for the first time at the SABC in 2017, and by then I was busy with my doctoral research, and which is based on corporate governance. One of the things that I had said, which after reading various literature reviews, is that one has to understand the legislative framework that governs the SABC. And because the SABC is a very unique, it's not like any other SOE. Many do exist, but they don't have the same attention as the SABC. That is number one. Number two, Chair, when you go through the board orientation processes, don't undermine the board orientation processes because they expose you to the prevalence of the board charter and what the board charter entails. They also expose you to the Principal Act, which is the Companies Act. They also expose you to the Memorandum of Incorporation. And both the Memorandum of Incorporation is very clear. And answering your third question is very clear because it tells you about the relationship between the shareholder and the board and the reporting framework that happens between those bodies, those two bodies. Therefore, the relationship between the board and the shareholder is very important for the sustainability of the organization. And I can mention, having gone through various literature, that if you don't have that relationship and you don't respect your boundaries, you will not be able to sustain that kind of a relationship. And members of the board would know that there is what you call a Matojanita judgment. And that Matojanita judgment affirms what I'm speaking about, which gives clearly what is the role of the board, what is the role of the shareholder, and that space must be respected. And also, one of the critical stakeholders in this environment, which also must be respected in terms of the legislative framework, is this committee, the Parliamentary Committee on Communication and Digital Technologies. Number two is also the SCOPA must also, because we appear through the SCOPA, and we are accountable also in terms of the quarterly reports that we make on quarterly basis to this very same committee, whereby we ask questions, but those are processed through the board prior to them being presented at yourselves as members of the committee, and we are equally accountable to these committees. So the relationship between the shareholder and the board is very much important. And then, as I indicated, the Matojan judgment is very clear in terms of what is the role of the shareholder and the role of the board. When you are in the board, one of the lessons that I've learned, Honorable Mlala, is when you sit in the committees, one of the things that you must understand is the terms of reference of that committee. Because if you don't understand the terms of references of the committee, you will find yourself meddling into the operational issues which are delegated to the group ESCO. although you are supposed to play an oversight role. So that gives you guidance in terms of how you should operate at the committee level. I had an opportunity of participating in various committees, and I have read the terms of reference very clear, and I know that at times certain matters have been raised, and when the matters are raised, you should be able to know at the oversight level what is your role and what is the executive role. But that does not mean that you do not you don't hold the executive accountable. You do hold the executive accountable when they report to the committees, and you are entitled to ask as many questions as possible for the sake of clarity and for the sake of your fiduciary duties. My apology, Chair. I think I dealt with that issue of the interface, and let me clarify the issue of the payment committee, which was introduced by the then interim board, the then interim board that we joined in 2017. The reason for the interim for the payment committee was not usurp the responsibility of the supply chain, and I had indicated that the organization was bleeding, and there had to be a financial viability of the organization. And if you recall, when we come into the parliamentary committee, we're indicating that we have got so many number of lawyers that are, so many number of summons. And what we found very wanting, hence the interim board and subsequently ourselves until we appointed the GCEO and the chief financial officer and the chief operating officer. This committee existed to look at what is available in the kitty in order to pay suppliers. And one of the things that we have seen is that small business people during that time were suffering, and only bigger people were being paid. And there was a level of favoritism that was observed by the interim board and also shared with us when we came into substantive board. So the committee was not there to usurp the responsibility of supply chain of the SCN or any other procurement process, but to control what was available in the kitty. And we were not paying. At the end of the day, the acting GCEO by then, the acting CFO by then, were going through that process. And hence I'm saying, I don't want to indicate the name of the person where I don't have permission to mention, but I will only mention the committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I just check if I'm leaving any member now. Honorable who has spoken, Honorable Dala has spoken. Honorable Pambo.
Yeah, I think let me just have a bite because it seems like the candidate is having it easy now. There are no questions coming his way. How should the SABC balance, the public mandate, essential to ensure that everyone has access to information, and that the competitive nature of media, rather the media space, especially with the emergence of online platforms, challenging the traditional broadcasting?
Thank you very much, honorable member. And I just noticed now when you were asking the question that there was one question that was asked by Honorable Molala that I had not tackled, which speaks to the commercial arm of the organization vis-a-vis the public mandate. And I think I'll coin them together. The SAB is a public broadcaster and has got a certain responsibility that goes into the public. And then there is a greater expectation for SABC to carry a public mandate, which is not funded. And we expect to borrow from the commercial arm of the organization in order to sponsor for that kind of a mandate. And Honorable Bambo, the online platforms and SABC is part of the competitive edge in terms of those online platforms. And if we are not able to change, we will not be able to participate. There are so many experiences in the sector, and it is important that we, each and every time when we review our strategy, we must also look at the competition and look at the kind of the public that we are serving. The youth of today might not necessarily be interested into what the middle age or the older age are looking at. But how do we then make sure that we accommodate all sectors in order to subscribe to the public mandate as outlined? It is also very important to look into the kind of the funding that exists. Hence, I had indicated that the commercial arm, to a certain degree, has to sponsor the public mandate, resources permitting. And it is important that we don't lose the confidence of the public by not coming back to like funerals, for an example. During the funerals, for an example, there is an expectation that certain funerals need to be covered, and those are not catered for in terms of the resources, but it's something that has to be done in the interest of the public. And I don't want to mention quite a number of activities, but it's very important. But the SABC has to, and it has attempted to do that, to respond to the online in order to cater for the various categories of the audiences, either at the youth level, either at the middle age level, either at the older level, at the older level. So the question is, part of the strategies that we have must also be relevant to the audience that we are serving, and also be mindful that we are dealing with competition here, and the competition which is very stiff. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Honorable Bambo, Honorable Kolabanat, you're making follow-up,
Yes.
and I recognize you to proceed.
Thank you. Yes, a follow-up. I've been looking again at the matter that I raised, and to quote from the Vice Chancellor at the University of Limpopo, he said they're of the opinion that, having carefully considered their options, it's in their best interests to terminate your employment contract. That was September the 9th, 2019. Initially, you were put on special leave. So the way I read that is you were first suspended and then fired. But you said earlier that you were not suspended and not fired. I'm not sure if it's semantics or what. I've looked, there are over a dozen reports on this matter as it happened. So are you saying that those reports are all wrong? Because it does seem you lost in court and are now appealing that judgment. Please clarify for me.
Chairperson, let me take members because I'm a member of the public, and it's important that whatever I say now should go and be verified with my permission or without my permission. And I want to go back to the honorable member and say, indeed, my contract was terminated on September 2019. But let me take you, the public, through that process. I personally am the one who spoke to the Vice Chancellor and said to him, for the sake of this investigation, let me recuse myself from the activities of the university so that I'm not able to be labeled as interfering into the processes. And I cannot contest the veracity of the letter of the Vice Chancellor because it was not written by me, it was written by him. And in that letter, I think there is a portion whereby he indicated that he had consulted with me, and I can put it very clear and under a lie detector and indicate that I had never had that interaction with him before issuing that letter. Number one, there were charges that were preferred against me. And when the charges were preferred against me, I was going through a DC process. And as I was going through a DC process, that's where I would prove my innocence in terms of the allegations that were put to me. Unfortunately, the initiator, may his soul rest in peace, unfortunately passed on. And the process was delayed by the university appointing a new initiator. And in the process of the exchange between lawyers, in terms of the days, when I was expecting to appear before a DC, unfortunately, I was to appear on the 2nd, the 3rd, and the 4th of December in 2019. In the September that the honorable member is mentioning, that is when I received a letter of termination of my contract, and not through a messenger, through an email. And I request members to go and investigate these processes, because in the report that I sent to the shareholder through a parliamentary question, I did indicate, and I'll reveal the number of pages together with the annexures that were given to the parliamentary committee, is 335 pages of a report, which was very detailed. And I wish members, honorable chairperson and members, go back into that report and then acquaint yourself with that. And hence I had indicated earlier on, I regard myself as a victim who was going through a process and who, without a fair process, his contract was terminated when this person was suspected to appear on the 2nd, the 3rd, and the 4th. My lawyer can confirm that. And the details are contained in the report that I had indicated. I want to go back to the issue of the court. And the records are very clear, and they're there on SAFLI. And I want to indicate that I don't want to impede on the sub judice processes. I did indicate that I took the university to court in 2018, and I lost on agency, and I did not lose on facts, because there has never been a time whereby I was able to be given an opportunity. So that process I lost on agency, not on facts. The details are contained in the 335 pages report that was submitted to the shareholder and many others. And the process now, which is through the SCA, it is not something that was initiated by myself. It was initiated by the university. But there's a case number which is there in the Polokwane High Court in terms of process, in terms of a certain process. But the Supreme Court of Appeal process is available, and if members would want to do further verifications, I would be able to give it to you. Hence, I'm careful, Chairperson, in trying to get into the details of a sub judice rule, and I don't want to jeopardize any other process of the law. But information is available if members want to verify through myself, through your administrators. I'm able to give that information for your final determination. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I take it, Honorable Kolabana, your follow-up question has been responded.
Yes, I have indeed heard his response. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Kolabana. But just to go back on the part of implementing different phases of the SABC, as you indicated, you came in at a time of stabilization. You are now looking at sustenance. The report we have seen that came before the portfolio committee has shown no improvement in terms of revenues. In fact, the losses are still there. Maybe you would want to take the the subcommittee into confidence, because this is also related to the plea that you made from a legacy point of view of inherited bloated salary bill and asked for retrenchments as part of the strategy. And it would appear that the results are not really showing in that regard. So if you can speak to that point, just to conclude the understanding of these phases you were talking about.
Chair, I want to speak to the phase of the business transformation, which comes in when we have stabilized the organization. Remember, we developed a new operating model, and then we also went through some new organizational structure. And one of the things in terms of what one has noted, which the board has raised, is that the revenue have declined. Management must go and revise their strategy in terms of that. And I think the FIP committee, which was assist with this matter, and finally to the board, raised quite a number of issues in terms of that. And I don't want to point that that matter has not been raised. And watching developments of this committee also, there was a greater concern in terms of that, of that kind of a strategy. But I want to indicate that the strategic evolution is a process. And I had indicated that we came out of the stabilizing phases, and we went into business transformation, and then we should get into financial sustainability, and we are sitting with that kind of environment, and concerns that were raised by the portfolio committee were also raised by the board to say, let's sustain these organizations. And then as we sustain this organization, let's review quite a number of things. Number one, I can indicate to you that content is the first thing that we should look at. And it should actually be a compelling content which is consumed by the audiences. And content translate into numbers. When we have got bigger numbers, you are able to attract advertisers. Remember, in terms of the SABC, advertisers are the greatest contributors in terms of the financial revenue of the institution, and come into and also have what we call have the TV license contributions, and also the government subsidy. So the content being consumed by as many audience as possible attract a lot of audience, and the advertisers look at the spots where they can indicate. If you recall, the Honorable Bambo had actually indicated the fact of the competition. Our content must be able to be competitive in order to attract audiences, and the audiences will improve the kind of the revenue that you have. One of the things that has actually indicated is the agility and the turnaround time in terms of the content. And I can tell you that, and which the honorable members might know, that the National Treasury has actually eased certain regulations, and then adopted the practice notes that speaks to deviation. And I think that will be able to help the SABC when they have got the new content, not to go through the process as defined in the PFMA, but the board will be able to help in the deviation processes, so that by the time that content comes into the public domain, it is not something that has been delayed in the processes, in the internal kind of processes, but deviating but respecting legislative governance and the procedures that must be followed in the terms of the SABC. Improvement of the content, I had indicated the chairperson, is very much important. Agility is very much important. the turnaround time in terms of that content so that it is not belated, it is very much important. So our competitors must always put us on the edge in order to improve on daily basis and improve. By the time when we come to the committee, we should be able to say, committee, you have noted this concern and we have also noted this concerns in terms of financial stability. These are the steps that we have created, but mainly content plays a very important role as it is consumed by the audiences. And the more the numbers rise, the more the investors have, the advertisers have confidence in the program and want to invest in there. Hence, you would be able to improve the kind of the revenue that we want to have. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. If there are no further hands, honorable members,
Chair?
Is that a follow-up, Honorable Pam?
Yes, sir.
Yes, please do, and then we'll wrap up.
Mr. Mohuba, my surname is Pambo, not what you were pronouncing, but I thought let me leave you for the sake of the process flowing nicely. But I take the opportunity to ask you that you pronounce it properly.
Yes.
I'm responding because you spoke about content and you spoke about it being one of the reasons why the audience ratings has dropped in a sense. There's about 800 million that has not been spent, that was set aside purely for content. We had this, I think three meetings ago, from the report that we received as a committee. Why would an entity that is struggling with content sit with so much money, not use it? And don't you think that is almost deliberate or tantamount to sabotage, to self-sabotage?
Chairperson, Honorable Bambo Fuyani, my apology for mispronouncing your surname.
Chair, I think you must help him, Chair.
Yeah, it's Pambo.
Oh, thank you, Honorable Malala. Thanks very much for that clarification. I do want to indicate, Honorable Member, that I had indicated it is not a question of sabotage in terms of the 800 million in terms of content. I did indicate that we are fortunate with the National Treasury practice note, which is deviation, which is going to promote agility. And the spend on the content is going to accelerate, given that practice note. Concerns of the honorable members have been taken into consideration, and hence I had said earlier on that the content must be mobile and be relevant. And the 800 million that we might have observed is not necessarily a point of sabotage, is to look at the agility and the turnaround time which has been catered for in the deviation practice notes, which has been there by the Treasury. And if members might feel that either the board or the management of the SABC might be sabotaging the public, it is not the case. In the next turnaround, in the next phase, you will see actually indicate that there's going to be a very fast-track program, but respecting the procedures as they are outlined. It was not sabotage at all. Honorable Member. Thank you,
there was no, but you didn't really need deviation, because this is money that is already there, that is set aside for content. In relation to content, there was no need for that. It's there, it's not being used. And I think that's the crux of the matter. This is where the concern comes from, that you have so much money that you have not spent in an area which you're struggling in.
Let's take it to be the last opportunity to clarify. Over to you.
Yeah, Chair, I just want to indicate and reiterate that it is not the board's intention and the board's intention to frustrate the process. And then we did raise the concern also, but it must not be seen as an act of sabotage. And for sure, the management is repositioning its activities to make sure that this 800 million is spent as it's supposed to be spent in terms of content. That's how far I can go in terms of this question, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Honorable Pambo. And we are now at a point where we get back to you. Like I said, would recover the 1 minute here. So would now look at 2 minutes for you to address the committee for the last before we close formally. Yes.
No, thanks very much, Chairperson. I'll utilize these 2 minutes very effectively. I'm committed to be reappointed to the PRASA board because I've got the requisite experience and the love for the organization. It is very, very, very crucial, Chair, to indicate that the SOEs, as pointed out in many reports, have attracted wrong candidates in terms of the board experience, in terms of the interest that must drive the organization. And hence you have seen in many cases that there were interferences and into the operational issues and many other issues that are flagged in various number of reports. And I did in one of the things that I thought I'll talk about is the question of the irregular and fruitless expenditure is one of the matters that has been seriously looked at, and then and the board has raised, and if you go into the record, there has been a substantial reduction in terms of that. I commit my time to the board, and the board evaluation is very evident to that. Many of our people today do not want to serve in the SOEs for fear of being declared PED, politically exposed persons. The banks do that. Hence, many of the people do not even want to get into the SOEs. But I'm brave enough because I'm an ethical person, a corrupt-free person who is able to stand by himself and by aspirations of the organization in respect of what I had indicated, the frameworks that are governing the organizations. I'm serving in current 2 SOEs, and I served in another one in the city of Johannesburg. And that experience that I have, Chair, I believe that the new members can benefit from it so that there is continuity, like we have benefited from the interim board and members who joined in 2019, I believe they also benefited from the 4 members who never resigned from the board. And I believe that we have to believe in continuity and also make sure that the mandate of the public is adhered to, and the respect of the bounds between the shareholder and also and the board is also respected. And also so many other things that had happened does not mean that there's a huge difference. There would have been some misunderstanding, and we are accountable to yourselves, Chair, and we are accountable to the country. And I'm one of those people who respect the laws of the country. Hence, I go to the extent of clarifying myself in terms of the processes at the university. And I'm very open. And I want to lastly say, go and do your thorough investigation into my activities at the universities, and the truth shall prevail. And I thank you very much, Chair.
Mohuba, we are now, as I said, to the end, and surely you would agree that the objectives have been met, that it's a real engagement, and surely you'd have drawn some lessons from the questions, and we have also learned a lot from what you've shared with the subcommittee. But just to deal with the formalities, if there are follow-ups to be made post the interview, the administration that you worked with in preparation for the interview, you can interact with them for any clarities you would want to get or give. But as it relates to the decision-making process, as you know, all our sessions are in the public. you should be able to follow the proceedings up until our process ends and it gets to the other side where the president needs to make a decision. But for any other administrative question, Portia and the team would be ready to clarify you in that regard. That having been said, let me take the opportunity once again to really thank you for making time, including agreeing to the shifting of the time given the challenges of the day. And you'll understand the 45 minutes point I have raised, that it may be less, it may be more, depending on what gets to be shared with the committee and the answers we would want to get from yourselves as candidates. Thank you. Now,
Chair, I won't blame you because I'm also borrowing somebody's facility in order to be relevant to this committee. Thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity. Let the right decisions be made for the survival of the SABC.
Thank you. So we'll now float Mr. Mohuba, whilst the administration, you ensure that the next candidate is connected and that we can proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. The next candidate is Ms. Nomvuyiso Baki. She's on the platform already, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, just the previous candidate to get off the platform so that we proceed.
My apology, Chair. I'm struggling to leave the platform, leave the meeting.
You'll be assisted. No, that's fine. Honorable members, we now get to our next candidate. We're told it's Ms. Baji. Ms. Baji, welcome.
Good evening, Chairperson and members.
Okay. Yes. We hope you can hear us well. I start by apologizing because of the shift in time, and we really thank you for that understanding. But I can also confirm to you that you are now appearing before the subcommittee from the Committee of Communications and Digital Technologies, as it is called now. So the subcommittee is set in terms of the rules and reports to the main committee. In that score, it means decisions would have to be going back to the committee and take the process forward. The committee is constituted by members of parliament proportional to the electoral support as per 2019 elections. So in that score, it is quite representative. And you will hear as we introduce members. So we have that in proportional terms. So just to outline, I welcome you once again, just to outline the process we're going to follow. We have allocated 45 minutes. You know, this 45 minutes rule is, it can be less or it can be a little bit more. We call it overlap on the basis of the interaction that members would have and the answers they seek to get to satisfy themselves. So in this regard, we will just do the brief introduction of the members, thereafter give you 5 minutes to briefly introduce yourself, talk to your experiences and how that would help the SABC if you were to be considered. Of course, thereafter we'll get members to ask questions. So members may go beyond your 5 minutes introduction because they've gone through the detailed CV, and then they will ask the questions in that regard. So it's important to just keep that in mind. For each member, we'll have 5 minutes, which is for the questions, as well as your responses to the questions. Once members are done, if there's any matter outstanding from what has been raised or needs clarity, that's the only time the chairperson will probably ask a question. just to clarify that point. If covered, there would be no reason to ask a question. We'll then, after that, give you 3 minutes max to say your last inputs you'd want to leave the committee with, and then thereafter formally close the interaction. So we call it an engagement, not really in the strict sense of interviewing, that you must be honest in the way you engage, get to relax, engage, so that we share the experiences, learn from your responses, whilst you also learn from the questions or the interaction with the members. We do this not only for the this interaction we have now, but beyond this, as we continue to play oversight over the SABC. So I hope that is clear. I will then, without waste of time, quickly go to the members, starting with the members of the African National Congress. With Honorable Mthembu. Honorable Mthembu, can you still hear us?
Good evening, sir. Chair, I'm here.
Yes, still standing. So, Honorable Mthembu from the African National Congress. Honorable Dr. Bassop, can you still hear us? I know you indicated earlier there were connectivity issues.
Good,
can you still hear?
Evening, Chair. Evening to you, Ms. Baki, as well.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Bassop. Honorable Malala.
Good evening, Chair, and good evening, Ms. Baki.
That's Honorable Malala from the African National Congress. Myself, Honorable Maneli from the ANC, but also chair of the subcommittee. I will now introduce I nearly said doctor again, because the names are quite close to each other. We now have Honorable Kolapandit. I'm sure this doctor
not
is
a
not
doctor. Yes, thank you, Chair.
Honorable Kolapandit from the Democratic Alliance. You already see Spikey, thank you. We have the Honorable Pambo from the EFF. Honorable Pambo.
Evening, Chair. Evening to the candidate.
That's Honorable Pambo. We can confirm that. Honorable Majosi, are you now able to hear us?
Yes, finally, Chairperson, I can now engage. I think I've sorted out my gadget.
Yeah, no, I'm only happy that you can't blame Soweto this time. I know you're in Western Cape.
Welcome, Majosi.
No, my gadget is giving me problems. I don't know, maybe it's bewitched.
Okay, so that's Honorable Majosi from the IFP. Like I said, you have 5 minutes to briefly introduce yourself, and thereafter we'll get members to interact. Over to you, Ms. Baji.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening to the members as well. Chair, just briefly, just to introduce myself, I have BProc, LLB, and Masters in Business Leadership qualifications. The BProc and the LLB, I did receive them from the University of Forte, and the Masters in Business Leadership from UNISA. I started my working environment from the university days. Thereafter, as early as 2000, I was at the Competition Commission. I was hired as an investigator. I moved to ICASA for the period 2003 up until 2017. I served in various roles at ICASA, one of which was manager competition, acting senior manager, policy analysis and development. I was a councillor as well for 2 terms. I then proceeded and worked at Prime Media Broadcasting, wherein I was the head for regulatory affairs and human capital at Prime Media Broadcasting. I then left. I joined the Department of Telecommunications, as it was at the time, as the special advisor to the Minister, Minister Stilanda Bele-Abrahams at the time. As you recall, there were 2 departments at that particular point. Then I was tasked to head in the Department of Communications. in the main was to ensure that the merger of the Department of Communications and Telecommunications happens seamlessly, which did happen. And at this time, I was also spearheading the funding and turnaround plans for SABC and ensuring that GTech comes on board amongst other issues. Thereafter, I was within the department, I was heading the PC4 Presidential Commission for the 4th Industrial Revolution. And during this time, as we're just starting to work, Chair, I must say, as of April 2020, I've been sort of at low, my hands have been on the floor dealing with the issues of COVID. I was the head of the COVID response for the sector that is broadcasting, media, telecommunications, and OTT services as of April 2020 up until the end of 2021. Just towards the end of 2021, I was asked to temporarily go, and because there was a reservation at Film and Publication Board to assist there. However, I had to leave because now I had taken a position at the Association of Comms and Technology. Why this importance of this job? Why am I taking over this job of being a board member? I believe the experience that I have gained both from CASA as a councillor and the governance expertise that I received there, as well as the work that I did very closely with the SABC in its turnaround plans, having worked very closely with National Treasury and GTech in ensuring that the SABC receives the bailout as it was at the time. So that is, Chair, in a nutshell, what I would like to present as who am I. I do apologize for my voice. I hope you can hear me.
We can hear you, Ms. Baji.
Thank you.
We'll now take honorable members who want to engage with yourself. As it is the rule, those that can raise the hand, please do indicate that you want to speak. I now, yes, I now recognize, I don't want to make that mistake, Honorable Colin Paddock. Then
Not the doctor, yes.
You are just close to Dr. Bosom, so I make the mistake all the time. Then I have heard the voice of Honorable Mtembu, Honorable Machozi. I will then take the other hands as we proceed. Honorable Pambo, I do note, I'll be calling those. Let me start to save the time that Honorable Kolabanat can then proceed in the meantime, followed by
Thank you,
Honorable,
Chair.
which was all not the other hands.
Good evening, Ms. Batai. I would like to just start. Bati, is it? Sorry, Chair.
Think of
Okay.
it in Afrikaans. Think of the code.
No, that's good. That's good from Batai. That's good.
Batai, okay.
Jacket.
Bati, there are many ways to say it, I fear. Let's just have a look. First of all, just fill me in. Are you in relation to the former minister, Minister Abrams, a personal friend there? I'm looking at the relationship and the working with situation, and perhaps also a close personal friend of the current minister. I mean, is this a sort of relationship that you have? I fear there might be an issue because your current position as CEO of the Association of Communications and Technology has an aim, that entity has an aim of looking after the interests of Africa's major telecommunications operators. Now, it seems to be a direct conflict of interest as stipulated in Section 17(1) of the Broadcasting Act, and it would be of an ongoing nature. We have an example, for example, the live conflict of interest issue would be Vodacom, a key member of your entity, the ATC, litigated in favor of the analog switch off date, including before the Constitutional Court, which ASO issue is still unresolved and underway. The SABC's opposed the ASO of the remaining 4 provinces, as that would result in a loss of 68% of its audience. There's a press statement in that regard. So the issue would be that in every single instance, when an issue of digital broadcasting or digital content arose in an SABC board meeting, you would then have to disclose the conflict, and the other board members would then have to take a decision, consider whether or not you should be precluded from participating on the issue. So it's a huge problem. I mean, I believe you would make an excellent member of the board, but I fear it would have to be subject to the condition that you resign as the CEO, a member of ACT, prior to taking up the board position. Could I have your response on that, please?
Thank you, Honorable Member Kola Barnett. I'll start with the first question that you asked in terms of a personal relationship I perceived to have had with Ministers Stella Ndebeni-Abrahams and Minister Chabeni. I must say this has taken me by surprise. I have worked with all ministers from the time of Minister Ivy Matsepe Kasapori. And I have, from a policy and regulatory space, enjoyed a relationship of respect and that of professional relationship. And perhaps I'll say maybe the confusion can be caused by the fact that Minister Chabeni has attended the launch of the ACT. She attended the launch in her capacity as the minister. A number of stakeholders were invited to the launch, and other ministers as well were invited. However, she is the one that made it. So as to having a personal relationship with her, I do not have. For example, I do not know where she stays. I've never been out with her even for coffee. I don't drink coffee. That's just by an example. I have met her a number of times, but in a professional relationship, insofar as the work that I've been dealing with. Insofar as the association itself, the relationship of the association steers away from commercial activities of the entities. So for example, we have the 6 members. As you know, these are competitors. They have diverse interest in the sector. Just as a matter of principle, before every board meeting, before any meeting, make sure that the competition law statement is read out, make sure that there is no issues of commercial interest that may be advanced, and make sure that those are not affected. So in the main, what the ACT does is to focus on making sure that we have research in the telecommunications sector. As you would know, for example, in the broadcasting sector, you have what is called the Broadcasting Research Council. We don't have an equivalent body within the telecommunications sector. And in the main is to make sure that the infrastructure providers in South Africa have a reliable source insofar as ensuring that there is credible data out there. Then lastly, the other thing that is linked to that is the issue of the analog switch off. This is, as I think it's linked to the part that says this is an individual stake that the licensee would have, and it does not necessarily mean that it is a collective decision of the ACT members to make sure that it advances the telecommunications sector. Then lastly, it would be foolish of anyone in South Africa to actually try and block, actually globally, to block any progress insofar as the digital era that we're in. Because even if, let's say, by some miracle, I possessed such powers that I would be able to attempt to block people from, especially the board, from having a digital strategy, which is near impossible because the turnaround strategy directs the SABC to actually follow that. This then becomes a strategic pillar that the SABC has. Over and above, management has the responsibility then to implement such, and those commercial arrangements are not entered into by the board. The commercial arrangements, which will be an anomaly, the commercial arrangements will be made on an individual basis or by the management of the SABC. I hope that answers you, Honorable Member. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Kolabanet. Like I said, the hands will be as I recognize them, and I recognize Honorable Stimple.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Good evening, Ms. Pagi. Spagi or Fagi? Good evening.
Pagi.
How are you doing this evening?
I'm good, Honorable Member. If you know Afrikaans, think of a jacket in Afrikaans, then you'll be good.
Okay. Listening to your wide experience, Ms. Nomvuyisi, I just want to know if it happened to be, if you happen to be considered as one of the board members, SABC board members, what will be your turnaround strategy in terms of sustaining finances in this institution? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Stimple. So this is one of the critical pillars of the turnaround strategy of the SABC. And I do understand that the SABC has been trying to fix this pillar. Insofar as the finances of the SABC, one of the things that has not been done effectively is the issue of revenue generation. So by revenue generation, we think about it this way, because I worked at a commercial radio station, right? SABC has 19 radio stations, has 6 television channels. That's the offering that they can, that they have at their disposal. And it's how they sell those. However, I've noted that, and not only me, even the turnaround strategy says so, that the focus has always been to sort of bundle their services and not complement them. By that, I mean, so for instance, if you're looking at a radio station such as your SAFM, which is a proper national radio station, looking at your Radio Sondergrenze, which is a proper national radio station, SABC does not sell these radio stations as at their own right in terms of their marketability within the demographics that they belong to. They tend to bundle them with other services that do not necessarily attract the revenue that it requires. So they will say, if you say they're selling SAFM, they will club SAFM, with a radio station such as True FM. True FM, I'm sure only 5 people would know True FM nationally because it belongs in some obscure region within the Eastern Cape. So it's how you package the sales within the SABC, which is something that SABC has not been able to do effectively for the last couple of years. That's the one thing. The next thing, from a financial service profitability point of sustainability, is the issue of overheads. So overheads in SABC does not only mean the employees, it also means the issues around your cost drivers, such as your center cost. So SABC still keeps the same amount of transmitters that it had when it was bigger. It has not been able to rearrange those transmitters or ask the regulator to say, look, regulator, can we share specific sites with somebody else? Because the cost that we currently are paying are quite high. And the last part is the issue of making sure that when SABC partners with digital partners, it's digital partners that will take their product to people that will be able to subscribe to it. Think about it this way, Honorable Mthembu. You have people that are experts that are based outside South Africa. So if you were today, we're going to check a programming in, let's say, ABC in Australia, you can't get that programming up until you subscribe to it because you're outside the region of Australia. But however, if you want to check a programming from SABC, by way of example, Uzalo, right? And you can get the, let's say, 2 weeks ago episode on YouTube without any subscription. So it's about how the revenue generation is, the mix is packaged together. And there are a number of nimble things that the SABC should be able to consider and what commercial broadcasters are doing good at. Thank you.
Honorable Mthembu.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Mthembu. And I recognize Honorable Machozi. Can proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mine would be one. Good evening, Ms. Paki. I would like to know. I know that you were acting DG in the communications department, and with all the challenges that SABC had, and irregular expenditure that we would speak of all the time. What do you think you will change when you come into the board that you couldn't do different when you're still acting DG in the communications department? Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening to you as well, Honorable Machozi. So remember the function of the board is that of having oversight towards management. So it's about having effective controls in place. Those are some of the findings that were there. And I believe that the team has really been trying the last couple of years to introduce those controls. If you are thinking of the supply chain challenges that the SABC had at a particular point in time, especially 2019-20, insofar as not having staff and making sure that SABC within the supply chain department or division of the SABC is sufficiently skilled and is sufficiently capacitated, which is a function that will be done by the executive, which is something I believe that the SABC at the time, and it's actually quite recorded, was lacking at, because it couldn't attract people with the requisite skills. So to have a strategy that says, how do we attract skills in the appropriate divisions, such as your supply chain? That was the challenge that the SABC had during that period. And I know that there are a number of interventions in place that have been trying to deal with that. And then slowly but surely they're getting there. But the issue, that is what needs to be done differently, is the issue of internal controls, which I know they have been really, really trying to do. And it's not an event, it's more of a journey to get them to the right level. And I think I've seen last year that the CFO and then the team have hired new people that are responsible for supply chain. So there is a hope. So I don't think it's a matter of interference from a board. It's a matter of making sure that those pillars that have been introduced, especially those that have been identified by both the Auditor General and the GTEC study, are implemented by management. Thank you.
Machozi, covered. Thank you, Honorable Machozi. May I just check if I'm not leaving any member who wanted to pose questions?
Okay.
Honorable Pambo.
A quick
Yeah,
one,
I'm just checking. I noted you, Honorable Pambo, but I just wanted to check if there are further hands so as to manage the timing also. Okay, no further hands at this point. Honorable Pambo, you can proceed.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Ms. Paji, what's your view of the credibility of the SABC, as a public broadcaster, and what needs to be done to ensure that it is an institution trusted by the majority of our people in the country? Another one, I think maybe I would like to hear your thoughts. What do you think is the role of the SABC in dealing with the challenges of xenophobia, gender-based violence, and general social ills?
Thank you. Good evening to yourself as well, Honorable Pambo. So the first one is the view on credibility as a public broadcaster to the majority of South Africans. I think the measure here is the one that actually comes out during elections, wherein you see and you actually have it on record that SABC, from a news point of view and coverage of political parties during elections, has always scored highly and has been found credible. That's the first one. The second thing is that when you are looking at the BRC figures, which is the Broadcast Research Council figures, you will see time and time and again, the top 5 watched programming in South Africa comes from the SABC. If that is not a measure of somebody's credibility, I don't know what is, because it shows and illustrates that viewers keep coming back for the content because the content is compelling. The content speaks to what they are looking for. So it's both those things that I can use briefly as an example, that the credibility in terms of the majority of people that view SABC see that SABC is trustworthy because the numbers tell us so, that people continue to go and watch SABC. Even those people with the direct to home links, they do that. Then, insofar as the challenges of, so far as the social ills such as xenophobia, yes.
Just to be consistent, can I just follow up on the answer to that question? You see, 2022 has essentially been characterized partly by political party elective conferences. In the EFF, we call them assemblies. And this is in particular to the ANC, the EFF, and also we saw the PAC also having its elective conference. What are your thoughts regarding the allegations against SABC? In this regard, the head of news, Moshweshe Monar, and the manner in which he, sort of determines how political coverage is given for elective conferences without any criteria or guideline. as an aspirant board member of the SABC, do you think that editorial decisions should be made regarding the extent of the political party coverage without a consistent criteria? So, and this is considering the allegation that elective conferences of the ANC are comprehensively covered compared to the elective conferences of other political parties. And I think that smile for me partly sort of, shows that you are aware of this, and we keep on seeing it. We see it in elections. We see it with these conferences that we're having. So Munari attributes this to like a whimsical editorial decision making. There is no criteria, and we can't continue like this. It can't be that we don't have consistency of coverage on all these other political parties. So the ANC essentially appears to be prioritized. Your thoughts?
Thank you, Honorable Pambu. I'll say this as a start. Outside an election, which is the normal elections that everyone participates, the issue of coverage and the coverage of political rallies, political conferences, and the likes is determined. That is solely the discretion of the newsroom, right? Which is something that we have fought for as South Africans, that we wanted an independent newsroom. We want an editor-in-chief that is independent from political interference, including the interference of the board. And this is what we strive for in South Africa, and which we have all, as said, we are agreeing to. And to this end, I think the most appropriate platform then would be to say, because remember, the board itself cannot interfere, should not interfere in the editorial activities of the SABC, right? The best platform is that SABC, should it be seen as biased, should it be seen as taking a certain political stance, there are various other bodies that the SABC could be reported to, such as the Broadcasting Commission of South Africa, because that falls outside the election process. Whereas the examples that I was making was more in line wherein there is an election period. What are the rules? The rules are very clear. What needs to happen, how a coverage is supposed to be done. Things that fall, activities that fall outside the election process in itself are mainly in the realm of the head of news and his or her editorial team. The same could be said that a couple of years ago, the then head of news, there was allegations that the head of news was doing something that was the opposite. So there's always the debate around the person who's heading the news. So I've seen the media reports that, I think it was the Sunday World, if I'm not lying, one or Sowetan. I've seen those allegations. However, I would say they still need to be tested, because each and everything, especially in the broadcasting space, you're able to point to a report, not only newspaper. You say, this is what was published by the IEC, this is what was published by Media Monitoring Africa, this is what was published by the Broadcast Research Council, and this is the finding. Up until you have that, we will always have our nuanced differences as to how I have been covered in the news. That is why I'm saying this belongs outside the boardroom. It still talks to the editor, the head of news of the SABC. And those that are aggrieved how they are covered, there are alternatives as to how they need to deal with the allegations of unfair reporting by the SABC. I hope that helps.
That's fine. That's fine. We can leave it.
Thanks, Honorable Pambo. Thanks, Ms. Pachi. Now that I do not see the
That was a follow-up to one of the questions. I think she's got a second question that was posed to her by myself. Thanks.
Yes, so you can then proceed to respond so that we get to some wrapping up if there are no further hands to come in. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The second question was in respect to the challenges of xenophobia, gender-based violence, and other social ills. What role does the SABC play, if any, and what role should it play? I think in any manner or form wherein we're having social ills, that is why we have a public broadcaster. The public broadcaster then, through its programming, such as documentaries, such as your news, covers those social ills in a manner that is responsible, in a manner that does not seem to offend. I know the issue of gender-based violence has been covered in at least one programming on SABC. I think it's SABC 2, it's not one, it's SABC 2 on a Thursday, wherein they really try to balance it out, but it happens, it's very late, it's at 10 p.m. They try to balance the views of, they call it femicide, the issue of gender-based violence and what people, women especially, face in our society. And there is a repeat of it on a Saturday as well. So SABC, like any other broadcaster, but specifically because it's a public broadcaster, it has that role. I know, for instance, that in some radio stations, ironically, the ones that are traditional, it's not the English radio stations, do have programming during the week that especially touches on issues of especially the gender-based violence. And you would not believe this, it's covered around 4 or 5 a.m. in the morning, the time that people are rushing for work. You will hardly see it. I've never heard it on SAFM, for example, or on Radio 2000. So there seems to be that delineation for me that I see as a listener, that gender-based violence belongs to certain groupings within the viewership of the SABC. So they have that responsibility, but over and above, you see other news channel doing the same, because it is a scourge that is facing us as a country, especially there's so many things that we're faced with, but in the main, they will touch on issues such as the use of drugs, the use of the prostitution that is out there of underage girls. And I've seen this, that SABC has played an active role. However, the programming, I guess it's how it is because of the type of content that is played very late for some of the people to even catch on it. Thank you.
Honorable Pambo, I covered now. Can move to. Thank you. In the absence of further questions, maybe we can just get back to the question you've responded to about the independence. You talked to the newsroom, you talked to the separation between the board and other decisions that get made by the executive management. Coming also from being a former acting DG. Locate the independence from a relationship that the shareholder would have, the board, and that executive management. Just to take us through in your understanding of how best to also manage the unavoidable tensions that get to arise sometimes. Which may either have interference or no interference.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's just to lift up that point, which has already been asked anyway. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. I like how you're saying the tension. Indeed, it is the tension. So, Chair, because I've been on almost every side, the regulator, the department, private sector. So that helps. So Chair, one of the things that I've noted in my experience, especially when I was in the department, it's the lack of communication. It's ironic for people who are in the communication space that the next thing that you see, something that was not even a disagreement, somebody goes and has a press conference or writes a letter with a misunderstanding. Ironically, this does not happen within the operations environment. So, for example, I would have a difference of opinion with the CFO or with the CEO or the COO during our engagements. We'll fight tooth and nail in the boardroom and we'll even say, and then, however, we'll find each other, right? But no one sees this. Let's say on the issues of the preconditions when we're dealing with the bailout. One of the things that, for instance, the SABC wanted to fund was for abolition facilities in KZN office for 2 million. It's like a toilet for 2 million, you know, I just went like that. So, and we fought and fought up until to see that this was not, somebody had a finger error, it was 200,000. It was not meant to be 2 million. And it's those kind of small misunderstandings that people have. So as a person that comes from the regulator, as a person that has worked at the department, I have demonstrated the ability to manage those relationships between the shareholder, between the management of the SABC. Recalling that at my level, as there's an acting DG, I did not interact with the board. I only interacted with the CEO. And despite whatever things that differences would have at that particular point, you will not see us having a tiff outside. So it's very important how you manage relations. It's very important that you always keep the lines of communication open, which I think is something that we have yet to master within our space, as I'll say, within our communication space, that we like fighting. I'll say this, we like fighting and disagreeing on TV and making ourselves news. Whereas you can disagree with a person and perhaps within that disagreement still find each other within the boardroom. And I think that's the one thing that is missing between all these disagreements, because we would have found time and again, all these disagreements at the end, they find each other in no time. It wasn't a real disagreement. It was just a misunderstanding between these two people. I can go back to the issue of the bailout, how the preconditions, the differences, you remember the fights online, the fights on TV, and at the end of the day, it was nothing. People got what they were looking for, and us were part of the talks with National Treasury. We just didn't understand what was the big deal about, but we find that it's more the misunderstanding and not understanding where the other person is coming from and what role does the person enjoy. Lastly, Chair, it is important to understand why the public broadcaster exists, right? What might be the shareholder? A shareholder does not mean being involved in the strategic oversight of the entity. You can set a policy. You may set the targets. As to SABC, you had these preconditions that you needed to achieve. How far are you with these preconditions? Share your plans with us, and that is the role of the policymaker insofar as oversight. So it's just, I think for me, I don't know, but we have a word that we use in my language that we just need to grow up, for lack of a better word.
Thank you, Ms. Baji. We are now back to you in the 3 minutes to speak to the committee for the last time in the engagement. and then we can wrap up to release you. Such. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I must say, Chair, I'm quite encouraged by the conversation that we just had. I was expecting, you must know what I prepared. I was even looking at the Broadcasting Act at the time that I was there. And I must say, Chair, just having this conversation with yourselves and the other honorable members, I can only wish everyone the best, and may the best people go forward and steer the SABC in the right direction, because SABC exists not only for us as individuals, but as South Africans in totality. And all the challenges that the SABC has faced in the last couple of years, I think we can, as South Africans, try and steer it in the right direction. So I am encouraged also by the direction that has been taken by the regulators in this regard. You look at the must carry obligations that have been relaxed. You look at the sports of national interest that they are doing. So it's quite encouraging that there is a drive, a deliberate drive within the spheres of government to assist the SABC as best as people have within their powers. So, Chair, that's what I want to leave it at this particular point. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bachi. Like I said earlier, it's a conversation really to also learn from you, and that you'll also draw lessons from questions that honorable members would have raised with you, which goes beyond just this conversation we have. Of course, just to deal with the formalities, any further questions post this interaction, the administrative support that has worked with you as you were preparing to get to the interviews, you can make follow-ups with them on that. As it relates to the decision-making process, as you are aware, all our meetings are open to the public. You'll just have to follow us as we continue with the process until our turn ends and it gets to the other side where the president plays a role in that regard. So those would be open, but any other question, the administration would be ready to handle that part. Once again, thanks for making time and understanding the shifts we needed to make and still be available to interact with the subcommittee. So as we allow you to leave the platform, the administration would also help us to get to the next candidate. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you. Good evening.
Thank you. Ms. Ndabeni, you will indicate and officially tell us if the candidate is.
Good evening, Chairperson. The next candidate is Professor Sathavasivan Cooper, and he's on the platform already, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, Prof. Cooper. I hope you can hear properly on your side. You can hear us.
Yes, I can, although it's a little patchy given load shedding and connectivity issues.
Now, if you can hear, I think we can hear you from our side. So if you do experience problems, you'll indicate that you're
Yes, I will. Sure.
Yeah. But let's take the opportunity to welcome you. You are appearing before a subcommittee of the Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies, as it is called now, which has been set in terms of the rules of the National Assembly, meaning that we report back to the main committee as the subcommittee. The task of the subcommittee is merely the appointment process for the SABC board, which you've been nominated once again, and that's why you are appearing before this subcommittee having been shortlisted. Having clarified that, I would, as I said, just indicate to you that you're welcomed. Take this as a conversation or engagement you're having with members of the subcommittee, so you can relax, engage with the committee in the times that are allocated. We do so as to learn from your responses, and that you can also learn from the interaction with the members. So just to guide how we are moving forward, we have allocated 45 minutes, but as you could have seen, the 45 minutes can either be less or a little bit overlapping depending on the engagement and the answers that members may want to get from you. So that's the situation we have, and we apologize for that. It is meant to get the best out of the process. But strictly it's 45 minutes, which takes into account brief introduction of the members of the subcommittee, as the subcommittee is constituted by members from different political parties proportional to the size of the electoral support as per the 2019 elections. But it's in a way quite representative as members of parliament drawn from those different parties. So I'll briefly introduce the members. Having done that, I will then come back to you, give you 5 minutes to briefly introduce yourself, Prof, which will also give you an opportunity to share your expertise, your skills, and how that could contribute if you were to be considered to go back to the board of the SABC. After that 5 minutes brief introduction, we'll then allow members to interact with you. 5 minutes per member, which takes into account both the question and the response from your side. Members may ask way beyond your 5 minutes brief introduction because they've also had an opportunity of going through your detailed CV in that regard. Thereafter, of course, if there's any matter to lift up from the point of the chair, which could have been asked already, I'll do that. But if all points are covered, there'll be no need to ask further questions on you. So then in that score, we'll then come back to you and give you 3 minutes to say your last words to the committee before the closure of the interview or engagement. And thereafter we wrap up formally. But because we've also seen you, in case you are experiencing network challenges, you would be able to indicate. But for now, I think we still hear each other, even though I see that from the side I'm looking at, it does say that your bandwidth is low. It shows. So if you do experience challenges, you'll indicate. I think members would have seen you in any way. So that's how we're going to approach this 45 minutes discussion. So I will then, without waste of time, as I said, please feel welcomed, and that take this as a conversation. I'll start with the African National Congress, quickly run the members of Honorable Mtembu. Honorable Mtembu can indicate if you're still on the platform and be able to hear us properly.
Good evening, Honorable Chair. I'm still here.
Still standing, Honorable Mtembu. We have also from the African National Congress, the Honorable Dr. Basop. Is still.
Evening, Honorable Chair, to you, Prof, as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Basop. We'll then look at Honorable Mlala.
Good evening, Chair, and good evening, Prof. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mlala. Myself, Honorable Maneli, also from the NC and the chair of the subcommittee. We have Honorable Kolabanat from the Democratic Alliance. Honorable Kolabanat.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm
Honorable Kolapanat still standing. We have Honorable Pambo from the Economic Freedom Fighters. Honorable Pambo, still on the platform.
We're still up, Chair.
Still standing, that's good. That's Honorable Pambo from the EFF. Honorable Machozi, are you still
Yeah, Chairperson.
not there? Yes, so Honorable Machozi is still on the call. So we have almost all our members, and therefore we can proceed as such. We are now back to you, Prof. Cooper, to do your 5 minutes brief introduction as we start. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and members, for that warm welcome and introduction. I know that it's late in the hour, and I don't think Parliament and our rules allow for overtime, but I must commend you for the staying power you've shown to go late into the night, and therefore I'll be as brief as possible. I don't want to refer to any of the issues that are common cause in my CV. I want to say that I am an open book. I have been a public figure for quite some time. And I have decided to make myself available because I was approached by the groups I was approached by, and I want to thank them for the nomination. I considered it very carefully and felt that having served a truncated term in the current board, that it would behove some of us to continue to offer our availability to the SABC at perhaps one of its most trying times. Indeed, against the backdrop of the COVID pandemic and all that we see around us, the economic and socio-political conditions which are deteriorating in our country, the SABC has to remain as a public broadcaster that allows for a multiplicity of voices, which during my tenure was ensured in various ways, and that the public broadcaster plays a role of not merely being there for itself, but for the nation, still crying to be born because we're angry against ourselves, and to the rest of the world. I think that the SABC has done creditably. There have been some downs, but emerging from the past, which has been a pall over all of us, the SABC with the current board and leadership has emerged as one of those that has not been open to any traducement of any kind, but all the board members, as I know them, have been true to their purpose. And I believe I have played a singular role in ensuring that we pull together as a board. I recall being interviewed early in 2019, and one of the questions asked by some of the members was, you're a very strong personality. Will you be able to work with other people? I think I've shown that quite clearly. I've been able to respect and to be respected by my fellow board members in very trying circumstances. And the areas that I think I can contribute is understanding the terrain. It's a very changed terrain, understanding our country at its crossroads, because the future is an uncertain and insecure one, and shaping people's thinking to be responsible citizens, whatever their persuasion, however they describe themselves, whatever language backgrounds they come from, that they need to have agency, and the SABC is part of that enablement process, but also to ensure that people are kept informed. I have no hesitation in saying that the SABC probably attracts opprobrium from certain quarters because it has not been sycophantic. It has been out there to represent people in remote places as well as people in the urban areas. And for that, I think it's cost the SABC quite a bit, but it also means that the SABC has emerged as a credible voice from the terrible state broadcaster it was in the previous era and the sycophancy of the recent past. All of that go to commendations by Chief Justice Zondo in his report, mentioning the SABC very creditably, because we got down to doing certain things, which I must commend my fellow board members for. I'll pause there, Chairperson. I don't want to bore you. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. As I said, we'll now get to members asking questions. I already see Honorable Kola Barnett raising her hand. May I just get other members just to note whilst we look for other members as we proceed. Honorable Dr. Basop follows.
Machozi.
Okay, Honorable Machozi. We'll take the other hands as we proceed. Let me start with Honorable Kolapana, followed by Honorable Dr. Basop.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good evening, Professor. Professor, talk to me about the losses at the SABC and the lack of saleable content. As you've been chairing or co-chairing the PBS PCS committee, I thought that was most relevant to that committee. And then, yeah, I was very interested in your opinions and your quick reference to independence of the news. Where are we standing now with the SABC, and where do you see, and when the real pressures come on the run up to the national election in 2 years, what sort of controls will be needed to ensure that the broadcast stays credible, maintains credibility? And what guarantees are there? And I'm not actually sure if there are any guarantees that there will not be political interference, as was raised in the Zondo Commission in great detail. I think I'll stop there for the moment. Thank you, Chair.
You can proceed, Prof. We are making it interactive so that.
Oh, all right. Okay. Okay. So yes, I ended up being co-chair of the PBS and PCS committee. It's a joint committee, and my responsibility was overwhelmingly for PBS, but we actually did look at revenue, and that has been a leitmotif since I went into that committee. Prior to that, I was chair of the Social and Ethics Committee, and felt that because the deputy chairperson did not have any other leadership role, I forewent that role in her favor and decided to make myself available for anything else. And lo and behold, I ended up in the PBS PCS. The challenges are many, and you'll hear all the usual excuses. I think the problems are that we've had a very serious change in how people consume media. In fact, a significant and rising percentage of people consume alternative media, especially during the pandemic. there's been an increase in that kind of electronic, painfully slow to respond to that. I see it says my connectivity is unstable, but I'll continue. And there are plans which have not really materialized and ought to materialize. Some of the problems are that we have persons who have been appointed, and as you know, we as the board play no role in appointing anybody except the executive directors who those of us who joined the board found there. There's been, I think, a lack of appropriate appointment to meet the challenges that we confront. I think that speaking about compelling content has become a leitmotif rather than an actuality. The SABC in many ways still functions as a monolith, and more recently, there has been a change in commissioning procedures occasioned by some new persons that have come onto staff, and that speeded up the process. The catch-up is immense. That needs to be dealt with, and part of the problem, Honourable Member and Committee, is that the bulk of the SABC's television stations and radio stations are public broadcasting, and they have specific remits in terms of what needs to be done. There are only a few, less than a handful, one television station that is commercial and 3 radio stations that are commercial. The irony is that some of the public stations outdo by performance the commercial ones. And we've held workshops going into depth about trying to turn that around. Unfortunately, we play no role in the appointment of people, and we find them where they are. And it is what it is. That needs to change. And it's probably coming from an era where the board can often get looked at as interfering in operational matters with regard to appointments, etc. However, the board has been vigorous in challenging appointments and looking at them so that they can be justified. And I think that critical engagement needs to continue. In terms of news and independence of the news, I don't think there's any political party in the country represented in Parliament that's 100% happy with the SABC. In that lies the SABC's ability to spread itself, to be more inclusive. We're not the voice of any party, although there tends to be a preponderance of reporting on certain leading figures in cabinet and the provinces and so on. But that's equally so for the ANC as well as the DA and various local councils where there may be other leadership. So I think that that is critical for a vibrant democracy. All those voices need to be heard, however individuals may feel about them. I think the problem in our country, committee members, is that we all bear the marks of our origin and we're unable to rise above our own personal beliefs to cater for the greater need of the larger majority in our country. And to get to that, it means overcoming our own prejudices. And that I find increasingly our journalism schools don't teach that kind of critical thinking. They don't teach that kind of engaging in critical issues so that they can really unpack. It becomes something where you chase the news, if you like. Coming to the elections, I think we've done creditably in the last local government elections, which raised hackles with certain individuals, but also in the previous national elections before my time, we did have an important and respectful role that we played. Although listening to some of the parties, they blame the SABC for their losses and nothing. And that I note from the previous COO, who I refer to as part of our murky past. He was notorious for blaming the SABC, as were one or two other smaller parties. But don't blame the messenger. Look at yourselves as political parties if you don't get the kind of press you need. So in terms of critical engagements, yes, it is there, and hopefully that will persist. We don't have persons who toady to anybody in power, who, however high they may be. The enablement to question, the enablement to go below the story and its face value, the ability not to give prevailing narrative which can be counterproductive for our people is very important, because agency, I repeat that, agency needs to be with our people out there. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Kola. I now recognize Honorable Dr. Basop. Can move in.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and the Prof. Perhaps as a follow-up to the issue of the state capture reports, in as far as the findings are concerned, amongst other things that were identified in the report is the glaring mismanagement of funds, as well as the corrupt practices that were there. Now, the question is, as a board member, what mechanism do you think could be put in place to ensure that this is not taking place in future going forward? Then secondly, what kind of mechanism can be employed to ensure that you recover the monies that have been squandered in the process? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Doctor, for that. I want to just point out that during my tenure, there has not been a hint of any mismanagement. We have a very stringent external audit process. The Auditor General is the person responsible directly. It's not been farmed out to any other agency, any other practice or group of practices. And we have a vigorous internal audit and forensic process. Indeed, the board invited the SIU, and the president enacted that, and the SIU is still resolving some of those issues that the Honorable Basoko has raised. And I think that the ability to get some of our money back is with the courts now. Particularly the former COO has been using every trick in the book to try to keep his day of reckoning at bay. But the approach that the SABC has adopted is to follow anybody, whether they're in office or not, whether they among staff or they've taken the convenient route of leaving. We get advice on it in terms of what is the cost of chasing somebody versus should we leave that, and vigorous arguments entail. We've got a legal team that we challenge and we engage with on that matter. And I think that the practices that we have now, the processes that we have are working. There needs to be careful watch on it, and that's up to the incoming board as well as the leadership of the SABC in terms of its executive directors to ensure that those are not going to be repeated in any fashion by any incoming board, because hopefully that is part of the murky past. We need to recognize it for what it is and move on, but with consequences for those guilty of whether it's fraud or not, or any other misdemeanors. In terms of recovery, that is something that I think it's appropriate to raise with this committee, which is a subcommittee, but also with the bigger parliamentary portfolio committee, and that is that a large part of what ought to be the public mandate, as I pointed out, there are just 4 stations, one television station, and that's S3, and 3 radio stations that are commercial. The rest of our properties are all PBS, they're public. There's unfunded mandates that need to be funded. There hasn't been that kind of funding. Anywhere else in the world, we would ensure we funded our cultural heritage, we funded our varied voices, and at last count a few years ago, we the 3rd most diverse society on earth, so that we can understand ourselves, and by understanding ourselves, understand each other better. We need that kind of allocation, which seems not to be part of the Treasury approach to the need for information, to ensure that we safeguard our democracy. That is something that we have to look at together. I personally believe that the license fees are a problem because it's antiquated. It becomes a grudge purchase, like we put wealth tax and various other kinds of taxes. There are more creative ways of looking at it, and those have been shared with the executives, and hopefully the incoming board will get a full report on alternative sources of funding, which I think to go into detail here would be inappropriate, because the executives have been tasked with looking at those without necessarily going through statutory means, regulatory means of taxing all sorts of things like a cell phone and so on, because there's a changed environment. That will add to the pressures, I think, in a changed environment for people to want to watch and listen to the SABC. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Basop. I now recognize Honorable Machozi, still want to come in.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Yes. Good evening, Mr. Cooper.
Good evening.
Now, mine would be on knowing that the SABC, we can say that is going through a transformation with a new strategy that they have adopted, and they are implementing in terms of what maybe Treasury would have wanted when they gave them the bailout, and also what the conditions were. One of the conditions was that they should manage the salary bill of the entity. Coming in, how would you then, with your expertise, make sure that SABC is able to sustain itself and it does not ask for more bailouts, and the salary bill as well? How will you then be able to make sure that the salary bill does not, it is not over the threshold of Treasury? And also in your leadership style, I would want to know what expertise will you bring in the board if you are appointed, that you try to make sure that you persuade one another, and up until you get to that agreement, you stick as a board, and maybe not have 3 sides or 2 sides of the board that would have to listen to, maybe coming to committees where it had a scenario like that. So I would want to know, in terms of your expertise in leadership, what is it that you would bring to make sure that you do not go as far as that? Thank you, Chair.
Thanks so much, Honorable Majosi. I want to say straight out that it's not only Treasury's threshold that we have a high salary bill, but the SABC has been paying traditionally way above the going rate. In the marketplace, we still are the highest payer. And that is something that has to be reckoned with. And if the incoming board does not deal with that, that it will constitute a further drain. It needs to be dealt with very sensitively, because the issue of what persons have as expectation is going to rear itself. We have very strong unions, and always there's a clamor that people are barely managing to survive. But I'd like to say that I think if we look at the SABC as a public broadcaster relying on taxpayers' money to do certain things, we also, like part of, and I'm not equating the SABC to the civil service. Heaven help us if we go back to the old days of being part of the post office and so on in Herzog and other eras. But during the last couple of years, and especially during the pandemic, the only persons guaranteed salaries have been people living on as public servants and in public service. The SABC is one. Various others have downsized. They've cut their cloth to suit where things are moving. And the SABC has battled because, I'll just quote an executive saying, we pay in the 75th percentile. That cannot be, that we pay outrageously. So we need to reevaluate that very sensitively, because it can create another set of circumstances that we don't want. We don't want to see loss of jobs, but we want to see retention of quality and creative, critical thinking people, rather than those who just collect a salary. So there's been enough comment on where the SABC has been overpaying, and I think that must stop. So let's be very clear about that. The area of looking at how, I'm just trying to remember here, how we would persuade one another. Honorable Majosi, that I have been doing in action, where there have been serious contestation. I've played a role to get persons to ignore their own narrow issues and look first and last at the SABC. Because if the SABC crumbles, we will not have a public opportunity for the multiplicity of voices and the expressions of culture that we ought to see. We're still not there yet, but we need that in a country as diverse as ours. I believe we probably need a few more television stations that are dedicated to particular language groups, because those will be a hit. I think that we've not looked at that, and it's been, we've been caught up in putting right what was wrong in the past and consolidating the gains. But we're in treacherous and unknown territory right now, and therefore we need to look at some of those areas that may go against some thinking, but we need to ensure that languages, especially those peculiar to our country, are underpinned. And that means probably opening up the airways, especially on television, to a couple of more voices than the enforced putting together that we have. So besides that, Honorable Majosi, my level of tolerance is exceedingly high, as my level of pain has been exceedingly high in the dark days of apartheid. The thing that gets me frustrated is when we don't cooperate for our own good, where my ego is so great that I think my view is superior to anybody else, whereas the majority can be wrong and an individual somewhere can be right. And we've seen that with so many other experiences, not necessarily political, not necessarily social, but in terms of what is good for humanity and in the science field where people have been shamed. So My role has been, and I didn't expect to play that kind of role, but to bring people together and keep them together. This board has not imploded, largely because I have lacerated my tongue and I have gone out of my way to ensure that people can vigorously engage. But when we cannot reach consensus, we go by majority vote and stay with that majority vote, even though we may dislike that. You see, there's a major difference between the politicians and political parties and an entity like the SABC. If each of us gave our own views on the SABC, it will be a Tower of Babel out there. We need to do what is in the best interest of the SABC, rather than my own predilections and my own biases, which I have. And the politicians, you see, there's a vote taken. Then you'll get leaders of different parties giving their own spin on it, and it's correct because they've disagreed and disagreed vigorously. Now that is very different to how the SABC should operate. When we take a decision, we need to abide by that decision, however much I may disagree with it, because each one of us has the opportunity to record our displeasure or note our objection in very strong terms on the record. And I'm glad to say that all board members have felt enabled, even though some of the discussions have been quite taxing. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Machozi. I'm sure your points have been covered. Honorable Mlala, you are at the hand I saw. You can come in.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Thanks, Professor Satish Cooper. Prof, I just want two issues that I need you to. The first one would be a follow-up on Honorable Machozi's question with regard to a high salary bill. I want you to reconcile that salary high bill with the retrenchments of 600 people and the re-employment of others with the bailout. Because if you go back to the initial presentation of SABC on the bailout, it reflected a number of issues that include that if you get the bailout, you will turn around the SABC. But where I'm sitting, I don't think the SABC has been turned around. But it's a subject for another debate. The second question is, in your view, was there an editorial interference? Because this has been a burning issue since before the interim board up until now. And I don't know what is your view about that. And maybe lastly, also deal with the interface between the board, the administration, the shareholder, and the portfolio committee. If we can deal with those issues, I think I'll be fine. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Honorable Mulala. I want to acknowledge that the process of severance was the most painful and nerve-wracking for everybody involved. The portfolio committee, of course, because the portfolio committee called us, the minister, various others in office, various cabinet ministers, the president was seized with that issue. We had, it was what it was. It could have been done very differently. And in that regard, it's perhaps because the board has not been an operational board. The board has not interfered with executive positions, but holding them accountable for processes. Unfortunately, some of the appointments made, there are some excellent people that have history with the SABC. Those who took advantage of early retirement, I think should have been persuaded to remain, because when they left behind gaps. Appointments were made, and unfortunately, some of them were very good and some of them were middling. None of our institutions deserve mediocrity. We deserve the best. In certain areas, particularly where it concerns all of us, we need the best that's available. Some of those persons come at a high cost. I think there needs to be a different way of looking at ensuring that people get their just rights, because naturally certain people who are in competitor commercial places raise the fact that they've got share options, etc., etc. Nevertheless, I think that it needs to be done in a different way by bringing together the shareholder, parliament, the board, as well as the SABC representatives to have a compact on the future of the public broadcaster. Otherwise, we're going to find what we found when we came there in April, I think, and subsequently subsequent months of 2019, a clear indication from those persons in Treasury saying they've had offers to buy certain stations. That still looms over us. If any of those get sold, the country will be at a loss. We may make an immediate profit on it, but in the short, not even medium term, we will lose out. The country will lose out. And interestingly, the offers have been for English language stations. So there needs to be a different way of dealing with that. I think that we've had the experience of two ministers, both with their different strengths and both with their different styles. The current minister, of course, has been championing the analog switch off, and we've seen some of the results of that. It was to be anticipated. And at the same time, we need to look at other ways of increasing our impact out there than because the analog switch off, when it's finalized, will result in the SABC having even a smaller share of the ARs that that advertisers rely on, because that's what we get from our administration. They go, they sell, they try to create an excitement about the SABC, and they're hit with falling numbers because of some of these things that have happened in a way that could have been done differently. And that's why I think it's important for exactly that point you have raised, Honorable Mulala, for an honest and critical searching by each of the critical stakeholders, from government, shareholder representation, through to the board, portfolio committee, the leadership in the SABC, including their unions, to understand the threat we commonly face. As far as interference is concerned, I am totally unaware of any interference. There have been attempts to impute that. But what we confronted when we came in and were inducted, soon after, we had the old committees, including a news committee, and we had the Tlolwe report. And the board unanimously accepted that report. It was presented to Parliament, and we instituted it. My position was, do we need a news committee at all? Because the power lies with the editor, who's accountable then to the executive that is the supervisor. And that prevailed for a while until the news people came to the board via the executives and said, we need a news committee. So I think that that was from the newsroom. They wanted that. And I have not noticed anybody interfering with anything. Indeed, in my personal space, I've heard after about a year board, the group executive came to me and said, some of the stations are saying I'm commenting on certain issues in my other roles in other areas. And I said, well, I comment with those who invite me. I've not been invited, so I can't comment. So I don't see that interference. Indeed, the kinds of turnaround that have happened, I believe, should be entrenched so that we don't have a slide to the period we all want to move on from. Challenge for not only the executives, but also importantly for the board, because the board gets held responsible, and to be able to come to the relevant stakeholders, including Parliament, and be honest and say what is happening, why it's happening. And for some of those, there doesn't need to be a public hearing on it. Some of it can be in a closed session, but to save face and to actually problem solve. I think those approaches need to work. We need, as the SABC going forward, to be able to take all stakeholders into account, and importantly, the public and its ability to switch channels, to go elsewhere, to consume differently. If we ignore that, we'll be in serious trouble. So we need innovation. Everybody has been speaking until this year. I haven't heard it, but people speak about 4IR. 4IR has left us behind. We are below the crest on it. We are at the back end, and we need to do fast catch up. And to do that, it means investment. Indeed, one of the problems that the SABC has had, Honorable Malala and members, is that the other big expense has been Centec. Previously, as you know, the SABC was part, and Centec were all joined at the hip. But the Centec shows profit at the SABC's expense. So those kinds of things have not been able to be resolved. And I think it's about time that those kinds of issues get resolved so that there's a win-win. The Centec shouldn't lose, but neither should it be at the expense of the SABC. The SABC is vitally important for a vibrant democracy, particularly when we face the grave socioeconomic challenges, when we have the kinds of violence in word, deed, and otherwise. We need to have the kinds of engagement that only the SABC has the footprint for ability to engage all our population out there. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mlala. I take it that your points have been covered. Thank you. Like I said, would also then come back to it unless there's a hand I've left out, but I didn't see any. And I think you've covered the points raised by members. I will come back to you now. That your 3 minutes, back to you.
Okay.
Speak to the committee because I've not seen any.
Okay.
Honorable Pambo.
I did have my hand up, but it's fine.
I've not seen that, Honorable Pambo. You can come in if you're following up.
Prof, I know you've been answering this question, and there is something that I'm not hearing. The retrenchment process last year was said to be central to the turnaround plan. And in order to make sure that the SABC was or is self-reliant and reliable as a public broadcaster, and a public media organization, essentially. Do you think, or did the retrenchments of the 621 people help in the turnaround of the SABC. And this question is not only for operational reasons. This question, has affected, or rather this issue has affected a lot of people. And one would really be interested to hear that this sort of move by the SABC to retrench so many people, was it worth it? Did it really save or help in turning around the SABC? Because you have people who are sitting at home now, and they were told that part of the reasons why they're being removed is to help this sinking ship, and they are the heavy load that is, sinking the ship. And what do you think? And if it's not, if the turnaround is not there, in your opinion, honestly, what do you think? What do you think is the reason? And why would we have, retrenched 621 people and yet have the same situation that we had before the retrenchment of these workers?
Honorable Pambo, yes, that was the stated intention. It was a board resolution that was taken before we got into the board, and it was felt that this needed to be operationalized. We engaged with that very strenuously, and it was approved to move ahead. A new approach was developed, and frankly, I think it's caused more pain. I think it's caused some loss to us of skills, as I've mentioned before, because those who should have, the square pegs in round holes. Please, Honorable Pambo and members, don't underestimate the appointments made for convenience in the past. Some of those appointments are still there. So as I pointed out, when voluntary severance was offered, I think that we lost certain people we shouldn't have lost. And I think that there are still persons there who are just holding a seat, and the value is not there because times have left them behind. The changed environment, they're not appropriate to dealing with. The old way of production and the old way of delivery is probably still there. And you see it with newer, sharper, brighter people who are au fait with the changed landscape. So, but the executives swore on it, and I think the board needs to hold them to that, because that's what exactly the board is doing now in terms of performance evaluating the executives and saying, where's this and where's that? And I think that would be the handover report that goes to the new board to avoid, nice words, but to see action where there's really a grappling with those issues that have been papered over. So I'm sorry I can't go into too much detail on that, but you hear me loud and clear. Yes, it's worked, and we should have gained new ones who take us to the next level. Sadly, that is for the new board to ensure happens. Thank you, Honorable Pambo.
Chair, the last part, there was a glitch. I couldn't hear.
Okay.
Can
yes. Okay.
We try to switch the video camera off and see if we can hear you, because we're struggling to hear you now.
Okay, right. Right. I say that we ought to actually ensure that we get better people. We got some good people, but in the main, it's sometimes like our police. You have excellent policemen and women, and then you have those who are just passing time. And if you get new blood in, they can often get socialized by old ways. We need people, and this is a creative space. This is a critical engagement space. We don't need, people to be compliant. We need people to push boundaries. And that creativity, that sense of buzz is simply not there. That is what this organization needs at this time when we're confronting all that we are confronting as a country.
Honorable Pambo.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Pambo. Prof, I'm back to you.
Chairperson, I won't belabor the issues. I've raised what I needed to say. Your members have pulled some of those issues out, and I thank you for doing that. I wish you well in your choices, and thank you for breaching almost the, I hope none of you turns into a pumpkin when you get home, because we're entering the bewitching hours. But thank you. It's been a good engagement, and I wish you good luck with your choices.
Thank you, Prof. Just to deal with the formalities as we get to closure. Firstly, just from a point of follow-ups post this interview, you can still make those follow-ups with the administration that worked with you as you were preparing for this interview. As far as the decision-making process is concerned or are involved, as you are aware, all our meetings are open to the public. Surely you'll be able to follow as the proceedings proceed from a committee point of view to a point of presenting to the House. Otherwise, we really thank you for making up the time. Of course, we'll still be standing because there's another candidate waiting for us. We hope we'll not get to that level of the pumpkin, but
I hope
really,
so, Chairperson.
We'll still be standing. We only hope the candidate understands that sometimes we may be the last, and only to find that everybody's awake because of some power in between. Now, thank you. As we offload you from the platform, we'll ask the administration to indicate if we have the last. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, members.
Good evening, Chairperson. Yes, we have the last candidate, Ms. Cynthia Stimple, on the platform. Thank you, Chair.
Let's welcome Ms. Stimple. I hope I pronounce it properly.
Yes, sir. Good evening to you.
Good evening. We really apologize for waking up at this point. We know members of parliament can go for long because they get involved in other activities, in constituencies that lead them to engage throughout the night. We really apologize to keep you. We had overlaps in time, but we really appreciate that you still wanted to still see the committee as invited to come before the committee.
Thank you very much.
Yes, just to quickly deal, Ms. Stimple, with the formalities. You are appearing before a subcommittee of the Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies in the National Assembly, which is in their role. So therefore means that this subcommittee reports to the committee, the main committee, in terms of taking decisions forward. So the subcommittee task, it's really the appointment process for the SABC board, which you were nominated for and shortlisted, appearing before the committee this evening. And of course, I would not waste any more time, but just to indicate to you first and foremost, we take this as an engagement or conversation we're having with you more than just a an interview of the candidate. In that, we would want to learn from the responses you'll share with us, whilst you also learn from the questions that members will be posing to you as a way of interaction. So we hope to achieve that by the end of this conversation. We have allocated 45 minutes of interaction, which takes into account a brief introduction of the members of the subcommittee who are drawn from political parties in Parliament proportional to the electoral support received in the 2019 election. So it's representative in nature. So it's not a one-party committee. It reflects the support that parties would have received. So it takes into account that 45 minutes, that introduction. After that, we'll then give you 5 minutes to briefly introduce yourself to the subcommittee members. Of course, you'd use that to also talk to your experiences, skills, and so on, and how it could contribute if you were to be considered for appointment in the board. We'll then, after 5 minutes, allow members to interact with you. And in that interaction, it will be 5 minutes to a member, which is the question, as well as your responses in the 5 minutes. But we do know that the 45 minutes is dependent on the interaction. It may be less or a little bit more, depending on the answers that members may still follow up to try and get out from you. So in that score, it can be more. But once members have asked the questions, the chair can only ask the questions if the areas have not been covered adequately, just to go back to some of the questions that have been asked. But if not, we just proceed to you, giving you another 3 minutes to address the committee for the last, before we close the session officially. I hope that is clear. So I will, without waste of time then, briefly introduce the members. We are starting with the African National Congress, just to check if the members are still on the platform. Honorable Mthembu, are you still standing?
Honorable Chair, I'm still standing. Thank you.
Honorable Mthembu from the African National Congress, followed by Honorable Dr. Basop, are still on the platform, or we've lost you. Honorable Dr. Basop, it seems we may have lost him. Honorable Mlala from the African National Congress.
I'm still standing, Chair.
Honorable Mlala, still standing. As I said, we may have lost Dr. Basop, who had network challenges before and load shedding. I will then, myself, Honorable Maneli, as you can see, also from the African National Congress, but also the chair of the subcommittee. We have from the Democratic Alliance, Honorable Kola Barnett.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I've just managed to reconnect because the whole of Parliament, well, I'm sitting in the dark in my office in Parliament, but I've managed to connect with the dongle, so I'm back. Thank you.
No, thank you, Honorable Kola Barnett from the Democratic Alliance. We have Honorable Pambo from the Economic Freedom Fighters, EFF. Honorable Pambo.
Thank you, Chair. We're still here.
Almost there. Honorable Majosi from the IFP. Honorable Majosi, are still standing. Honorable Majosi, but I see that
I am here, Chairperson.
I see that you're on the platform.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, I know you are also multitasking, especially at this time of the.
You know, my challenges are many right now, Chair.
Yes, I know. So Honorable Majosi still standing. So we have most of the members. As I said, we do understand the challenges Honorable Basop was experiencing, probably like Honorable Kolabanat he will be able to get back. But we have got enough numbers to proceed with the interaction with you. So that's briefly the introduction of members. I would now go to the candidate, Ms. Stimple. Is she still on the platform?
Yes, I am. Can you
Yeah.
hear me?
Yes, can hear you and can see you.
Great.
Your 5 minutes, we hand over to you now to briefly introduce yourself to the committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm Cynthia Stimple. I applied for this position mainly because I feel that I would like to contribute towards ethical boards. My background, I've been in banking for my entire career, from 1975 right up to when I started at SABC, SAA in 2006. So in my banking career, I worked in a branch, the Barclays then, and later progressed to Citibank, where I learned from branch work into a commercial merchant type banking and corporate banking. And in that, I had my first experience working in a dealing room. And from Citibank, I went to work for various other banks. I've been in Nedbank for a short space, working with derivatives, foreign exchange. And thereafter, I went to work when Citibank and First National, the Barclays then merged to become First National because the major banks of Barclays and Citibank disinvested. In 1987, we became First Corp Merchant Bank, and I obviously stayed in my position. We just had a new title and a new naming of the bank at the time. And thereafter ran Merchant, bought over First Corp Bank, and we became part of First Derivatives. During that time, I still worked in a derivatives environment, purely banking. And then I went to work for Development Bank of Southern Africa. My main reason was in 2002, we had the World Summit, which was in our country, in Johannesburg. And I was quite impressed to try and find if I can assist our country. Went to work for Development Bank of Southern Africa because their mandate stated that they were there to uplift our country and poverty and our people from poverty was the main mandate. I worked for GBSA for 4 years. I was approached to work at SAA. At the time, I turned it down. I was approached a second time, I turned down the interview. The third time I went for an interview and I actually got the job. That was to work in the Treasury Division to take over and manage the finances, because at the time, SAA fell under Transnet and Transnet had the bigger treasury and SAA was a subsidiary of Transnet. SAA was made its own Schedule 2 company and therefore needed its own treasury, and they needed people with banking experience, and that's how I joined SAA. So my last 10 years of my career was still a banking type career, working in treasury, which was the work that I've been trained to do in my entire career. Risk management, financial risk was my forte, and working in derivatives, we looked at our jet fuel hedging as well as our foreign exchange hedging. In my last 2 years, I acted as the group treasurer for SAA, and it was in that job and position and period that I literally disclosed on what had happened when our board interfered with the financing side of SAA. And I reported that internally first to two executives. I reported it to our chief risk officer at the time and the head of internal audit. Nothing happened. I then reported it to National Treasury, and from there with National Treasury, nothing still happened. I reported it outside the organization. I subsequently lost my job and am no longer working for SA. However, I decided then that I need to use my skills that I have gained in banking and the work ethic that I have and use it in boards, so boards can be more ethical. And so I went to study to be a certified director with the Institute of Directors, and I qualified in 2018. 2019, I applied for various boards. I started off with nonprofit organizations. So currently I'm on 4 boards. I'm on Johannesburg Children's Home board. I'm on the Health E-News board, which they report electronic news on health like HIV issues. And obviously in the last 2 years was on COVID. I'm also on the board of the Broadcasting Commission, the BCCSA, and recently also joined the Amnesty International for Human Rights. So I'm on those boards. They're all nonprofit, and they're interesting boards that for me to get involved in. What do I do currently on other issues? Because I love yoga, and I found that yoga was my health option that I chose, and life choice of the exercise that I do. I decided to also take on and become an instructor. So I studied it for 3 years. I studied for children's yoga as well as adult yoga, and I'm now an instructor for yoga. So also in the last 2 years, I made the decision that I would like to help whistleblowers. My role as a whistleblower has left me overwhelmed and left me trying to figure out what happened to me when all I was doing was my job. I did the right thing. I saved SA 256 million, yet I was the one that had to leave the organization. I was never compensated for it. If you look at what's happening in the States, if anyone saves an organization money, they get paid for it. And so yeah, I was decided that I'm going to help whistleblowers. So at the moment, in 2020, I started my own organization called Citizens of Conscience, more helping whistleblowers on a one-to-one basis. How can we guide them, help them so that they make a protected disclosures? For those that lost their jobs, how can they find their feet, reinvent themselves, get jobs? For those that have suffered mental and physical health, was to find them guidance on how to get back into their physical health space. So as teaching them yoga or giving them breathing exercises to lessen their anxiety. So this year, I joined the Whistleblower House. So I'm physically and fully full-time helping whistleblowers. We have currently 87 whistleblowers that come on board, and I'm helping them. So that's where I'm at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a brief introduction. And I'm sure honorable members would now be ready to interact with you as I take hands. I see Honorable Kolabanat send it's up. Honorable Mtembu would follow. Any other hand? Because I would want to recognize the hands so as to see how far we'll be able to go. Honorable Kolabanat, followed by Honorable Mtembu. You can proceed, Honorable Kolabanat, for now. Honorable Mlala, I've noted you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just a couple. I'm most interested in your interest in the SABC. Running through your CV, it doesn't seem as though you have any like experience, telecommunications, media sales, the sorts of things one would expect. So what do you think you would bring to the position on the board? Another question would be the SABC fired 600 staff recently and is now advertising for 400, 480 odd. And many believe the SABC has been stripped of massive expertise and that content has suffered as a result. What's your take on what was done? Many consider it to have been a process which resulted in a loss of crucial skills and achieved almost nothing. Another one, what would you change at the SABC? And what changes would you perhaps prevent, especially in the run-up to the 2024 national election? And finally, what would you have a plan financially to turn the SABC around, especially in the light of the Zondo Commission revelations? Thank you very much.
Good. Thank you for your question. So the first one is, what do my skill set obviously doesn't cover any ICT or any technological areas for that SABC requires. So for me, what do I bring as a board member? I bring is independent thinking, and I bring my risk management skills. The reason is that SAB has suffered over the years, and we've seen its financials declining. For this past financial year, SABC has lost 530 million. That's $500 million. The question I would rather have is, what does SABC, how do they intend to recoup that and recover it? So for me is not so much as having the skills of the technological side and the TV, radio, broadcasting, news, editing, etc. It's just having that independent mind, being able to question and challenge perhaps how we want SABC to recover and to look in the near future. How would we want a future SABC aligned to a South Africa that is willing to become what we're supposed to be, as in this one nation that has all the criteria to grow and develop? We actually nowhere there at this point in time. SABC has been struggling over the past years. So for me, it's that independent thinking and the risk management of its issues that it has. The other question you had about was the staff, that so many have been retrenched, and what then the impact of that. I totally agree with you that when so many staff are retrenched, of course there's a loss of skills. And how do you recoup those skills? And what can we do about it? I would implement and ensure that there's always succession planning. So every single manager, every single executive, every single staff should have some succession planning. There should be cross-training of skills. So in order that when you lose any staff, whether you lose them through A, retirement, B, through them resigning on their own accord, or C, through retrenchment because there's no other option because SABC has lost money, is a method of that skills are always retained. So that's what I would instill. In my banking career, that's what I've always had. If we've never lost, if we've had to lose people, the skills remained within the organization because we're multi-skilled people. We made sure that there was segregation of duty so that there was not, and there was the independence, but the main thing was that your skills are retained within your organization. The last, you gave me 3 questions. The last one, what would I do to change at SABC? As I said, for me would be changing the, how do we approach our policies and procedures? How do we approach our training to retain skills within the organization? And how do we create a transparent SABC? How do we get the South African citizens to love SABC again? Because we've seen that people aren't paying their TV license, which is a source of revenue for SABC. And hence that is contributing to the loss. And there's competition whereby people can easily pay a subscription to Netflix or Showmax or the Disney channels, etc., and still get their best movies or sport or whatever else they need. So that's in competition. So one needs to then look at how do we change that, get the people, the South African citizens, to again fall in love with SABC. How can they then want to put their money there? How innovative can we make SABC so that it's aligned with the easy way of a Netflix and a Showmax out there? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Mthembu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Good evening, Mrs. Stimple. How are you doing?
Very good. Thank you very much. It's been a long evening for all of you, I guess.
Long evening. I've heard about your vast experience in handling finances. How could you apply your experience in the SABC if you might consider to be in the board? And how can you uplift the standard of the institution in the area of finances? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mthembu. So for me, what would be the best is to look at what your annual financial statements have been doing, which I have looked at prior to this interview, is to try and find improve your revenue generating streams. So you have the one revenue generating stream is obviously your TV license. The other would be your slots that you have for the research that you have, the education. I'm not sure what part is prorated versus what is bringing in revenue, and then obviously your TV entertainment shows. It's then perhaps I'm sure SABC has done that, where they've done surveys to find out what your viewership wants, and then honing in on what they want, the entertainment, the education, the sports, etc., and then try and categorize that so that you get the better revenue stream from it. Looking at how to manage your finances per se is obviously is being more on top of recouping your funds. So, for instance, I know that you're going to be changing your TV licenses to a sort of levy, and I'm not sure if that's yet been approved because that's been recently in the media, and how is then enforcing that levy so that one can then project forward. If you know that this is the amount of clients that you have, this is your expected income, and you can then extrapolate it to 2 to 3 years forward, knowing exactly that this is what we can work with. Where you have concerns, what type of clients are your non-paying clients, defaulting clients, or ones that just refuse to pay, that already gives you an indication of what you're going to lose. And not only when the financials are done at the end of the year that you realize you've lost X amount of million. So it's to ensure that your revenue streams are consistent, that they are managed, that whoever's managing them is constantly following up, constantly reminding people to pay. Whatever your other generation of revenue is, that you meet your international standards. So research needs to be done on how international standards in Europe, the US, in the Far East are working, and perhaps align it. Sometimes because of where we are as South Africa and where our economy is at present, is that it's really hard for people to pay. And so we need to perhaps come to a compromise that if you lower the amount and it's a flat fee, but you get everyone's buy-in. Let's say how many people are paying at the moment. And if you look at so many adults, and let's take a quick calculation, we're over 60 million as citizens in this country, but you take 20 million of that paying a flat fee on an annual basis or monthly basis, whichever way you're going to calculate it, and they agree to that, and we ensure that that money comes in, you already know that that is your standard revenue. And then anything extra becomes and fills the coffers and ensure that you've got additional revenue. So yes, so one would need to look at how to manage that, how to ensure that you're on top of it, that you don't lose sight of whoever's paying, that you follow up, rather than taking it to outside debt collectors. It should be done in-house and managed. Once it's managed effectively, you'll find that your revenue streams start flowing. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Tembu.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
And I recognize the Honorable Mlala.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And thanks, Ms. Stimple. I've got only two questions, Ms. Stimple. The first one, it's around the whistleblowing issue. In your view, SABC need a lot of whistleblowing, particularly around its finances. I would like you, because you said you have studied some of the SABC's documents. In your view, there's a lot of people in SABC who are not necessarily disclosing what is really happening. That's the first question. The second one, it's around the new draft SABC bill, which talks to availability of broadcasting services to the entire population and the national identity. What would be your comment on those two issues, Madam? Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Malala. So I'll start with the whistleblowing question. SABC, obviously, there are probably staff who have not disclosed if they picked up any irregularities in the organization, and that could be out of fear, and that could be out of victimization, fear of loss of jobs, fear of how they're going to be treated. So sometimes it's not that easy to be a whistleblower, and I can speak from that. It was never my intention. My intention was just to do my job to the best of my ability. And so to get our staff or people or even the country and our citizens to start speaking out, we need to create an ethical culture. So at the moment, I think SABC would need to work on its ethical culture. There's normally culture surveys that are done on an annual basis. I know most organizations do that. And but then it becomes a once-off, and it's advertised to staff, and no one embeds it into their culture or inculcates it in a behavior. So for SABC to start having that type of culture and to have people speak out, we need to make the environment safe to speak out. So that's one of the other things, if I have to answer Ms. Collar's question, is that I'd like to create that safe environment for staff to speak out. Because when your staff speak out and know they will not be victimized, you as chairpersons, boards, executive managers will realize that it's a safe space to speak and to start acting on whatever the staff are uncomfortable with, and you make it a better place to be able to report wrongdoing. And so, so that would be one of the main things, that we need to change it to an ethical culture and hold people accountable. At the moment, do we know of people that have not done what they're supposed to do? Have they been held accountable at SABC? Not very often that is reported. in the early years in 2016, when my case was going on, the same time, the SABC 8 story was playing out in the media, and all the stories was coming out about what was happening at SABC. And we saw the subsequent demise of SABC the ensuing years. So it didn't create a good culture then. And you can imagine now how difficult it is for staff to speak out. Yes, there may also be staff who are part of the wrongdoing, and no one's holding them accountable. So it's those two things we need to ensure happens within the organization. I'm sure with its policies of ethics, its values, it states that it has values of integrity, it has values of honesty. Those values need to be upheld and people need to be held accountable. Your other question, sir, was on the draft SABC documents and then building a new national identity. I think that is an excellent idea. I'm sure from its viewership, SABC can identify how large their viewership is. And so this is a method you can actually use to inculcate an ethical society, because it has to go beyond SABC. It has to go to our country. Right now, I'm sure all of you feel the same as I do, that I'm disturbed at the amount of corruption that's firstly been picked up with the Zondo Commission, and secondly, Zondo Commission has ended now, and we've had the final recommendations coming out from DCJ Zondo, and yet we are picking up new stories still happening, and that concerns me greatly, because it means we ourselves, as citizens of this country, we're not ethical and we don't hold ourselves accountable. And a simple thing, if I can just mention it, it's driving. When we come to a stop street and you see a red traffic light, and there's no one else there, how many of us obey that law and stop at that traffic light? And we instead we drive over it. So we're not holding ourselves accountable. So for me, as a broader thing with SABC, what we want to do and create that national identification, buying into SABC, buying into a country that can stand together. We need to see ourselves as South Africans first. I agree, the one thing I love about our country is our diversity, our different languages, our different cultures, the way we look, we are unique. And yet, as a country, we're rather fighting this instead of bringing it together. And yeah, I see SABC playing this huge role. In some adverts, they're so beautiful when they bring the diversity of our people together. And I feel that, yeah, SABC can play that role in getting that national identity, embracing the diversity that we have, and then bringing in an ethical value, because we cannot, I see our country not going forward if we cannot push ethics first and holding ourselves. I keep saying accountability starts with me. I cannot point a finger to anyone else until I've pointed that finger at myself and held myself accountable. So I hope that answers you. I'm just going to stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mlala.
Good evening, Mrs. Is it Stimple?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
What I would like to indulge you on, maybe it's in terms of your work ethic, as much as you are saying that you promote work ethic, and that is why you wanted to come to boards, because of the ethical behavior that you would find in boards. What would you bring as an expertise in the SABC board in terms of all the challenges that have been spoken about? At the end of the day, you would want to find solutions. It might happen that you find yourself in a situation where now you've got two views and you don't want to find each other, what expertise would you bring on board to make sure that as a board you always stay united? You obviously you will discuss, you must be robust in your discussions, and people must be able to say their views and opinions and maybe what they want to apply and implement in the entity. But for the outside to see that, as the history would tell you, that this is the first board that has lasted so long up until the term is ending now. But when you look at other terms, they wouldn't finish the other boards, they wouldn't finish their term. So what would you bring in the board to make sure that you forever portray that image that says you are united in your own different opinions and so forth, and making sure that as a board, when you come out, people do not see what is it that challenges that you are facing in the entity. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Majority, Honorable Majority. What would I bring? As being a director, I need to ensure that I do my duties to the best of my ability. So the first thing is I need to, whatever meeting I attend, be it a full board or a subcommittee board, that whatever decisions I make, I have to do it for the best interest of the company. It's not about the best interest of Cynthia or the best interest of my fellow director. It has to be for the best interest of SABC. The second thing is that obviously to create that we're not having arguments, that we shouldn't be having conflict of interest, that we are open and transparent with each other, that if we do disagree at certain points, which happens at board, I've come across that, we have difference of opinions, and we could have obviously not argue as such, but to manage that effectively, that our difference of opinions are stated, that I can note mine and saying, Chair, I'd like mine noted in the meeting. I disagree with X, Y, and Z, and I want it in the minutes. And so that way everyone understands that one doesn't direct your disagreement to a person. It's about the issue on the table and the discussion that we're having. And that way you keep an open, transparent board, and that's where the ethics comes in. And then doing my job, obviously, with good faith, that whatever I do has to be with honesty and integrity. And the skill that I would bring is that I read a lot, so I would do a lot of research first on whatever the board pack is, ask a lot of questions prior and ask questions at board to ensure that when we do make those decisions have been well thought out, well researched, and that whoever my fellow board members are also understand, so that we don't go make a decisions rushed because, for instance, like the one that, if I can use the SA example, the decision was SA needed money, but nobody asked the right questions around why SA needed money. How has the process been run in the past? And why are we changing the process now, which was against PFMA, against the policies, against the Treasury regulations? So it's to know the policies, to know the regulations, the legislations around SABC, and then making those informed decisions. And then just applying diligence, studying the facts, understanding why we are doing this, and having my own independent research. And I feel that every director needs to do that as well. And then always just being transparent, being fair, and respecting the fellow board members, so that there isn't this fight or conflict between them. And then making sure that we have a good work ethic. I would hold myself accountable, that I know that for every meeting I come there prepared, and that I ask the right questions, so that when I leave there and we're going to take any board resolutions, have been done with high integrity, have been done because we've researched and questioned it, and that when we leave there as board members, we should feel comfortable that if anybody wants to point a finger, we have covered all our bases, and that we shouldn't be challenged and feeling that we have to be on a back foot. We've done our work in fairness, with transparency, we've shown accountability. Thank you very much.
Honorable Machozi, I take it that don't have a follow-up.
No, I'm covered, Chair.
Okay. Am I leaving any? Because once we get to summarize, we won't come back, honorable members.
All done. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. We are now back to yourself. I think the questions that one would have had would have been covered now as you respond broadly. We'll come back to you now. Like I said, we would have 3 minutes again to you to speak to the committee before we actually wrap up.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you for allowing me some questions. Okay, so I noticed in the apps, I'm sure it's not a question I should ask this forum, but it just concerned me that there was still a lease agreement of 2017, which reflected in the past annual financial statements 2021, showing that there was still fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And now we consistently have this in state-owned entities. And my concern was just what, why are we just not reducing that and stopping it completely? Because that is one area that is really impacting all state-owned entities. If you feel that it's not, the question's not for you, that is fine, and I accept it. I had a few others here. I noticed on the SABC website, which again probably may not be your forum, but the multimedia page has not been updated since 2018. We're now in 2022. That shows me some lacks in the organization, and they're obviously not updating the web page, which they should be doing. It's very important that all that information is kept up to date on a regular basis. Yeah, and then my other question was on the 530 million, which was the loss reflected in the current AFS as 2021. The new one will obviously be coming out now in September, end of September. But what were their plans to recoup that? And are they expecting the new board members now to look at that and improve the situation and obviously reduce the net loss for SABC? Thank you.
Thank you. As you correctly said, some of the questions asked would be what would expect the new board to also look at. Okay. But in relation to the first question, the brief we have as a committee that does oversight is that some of these, as you know, will be historical, and because of the length of the lease or contract, whether it's a security contract or the lease of a building, may appear in the books over time until that contract is probably terminated. And the sense we're getting is that some of those major ones are now done away with, and therefore the improvement in the next sets of financial statements. But of course, the issue about the losses, which continue to be there, are also linked to the revenue streams that have also gone down, in particular the advertisement that the SABC has been relying on, but of course the need to look at new approaches, some of which you would have mentioned even yourselves in responding, how to be competitive, the agility that is needed, and therefore be able to secure such. But like we said, these are matters that the new board may also need to look at taking forward. With that having been said, we really want to thank you to be still standing at 11. You probably are not used to this, and even the dog outside may be worried that the lights have not been on for this long in the night. So we really appreciate you still standing, and you came before the committee. I'll just deal with the formalities quickly. That if there are further questions asked relating to the process, the administration that was working with you to yourself to come to this interview, you can still interact with them. As it relates to the decision making, which involves ourselves as members, all our meetings are open to the public. You'll be able to follow through what happens up until we make the recommendation to the House, and beyond that point, it will be then left to the President. So you'll be able to follow through in that way. But all administrative questions, you can still ask Portia and the team that was working with you.
Thank you so much.
With that, as I said, we really thank you very much, as you would at least take the rest of what is left of the night, continue to take advantage of it, whatever is left for the night. Thank you, as we allow you to offload from the call. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone, and thank you for your time. I truly appreciate it. Good night.
Night. Portia, listen, Davini, I take it that was the last candidate we had for the day, having had that withdrawal.
Yes, that's correct, Chairperson.
Okay, and it means that meeting tomorrow at 9 to have the approval to proceed as planned.
The meeting tomorrow, Chair, starts at 12.
Okay, 12.
Yes. And the link will be circulated in the morning.
Okay, until what time? Just to prepare members mentally.
Until 9 in the evening, Chair.
Okay, so we have exemption for the House.
Yes, Chair.
Okay, no, thanks. I wanted the honorable members to take advantage of what remains for the night, but knowingly that we will start at a particular time. So it's set to be 12, and we should be ready for that. Once again, thanks, honorable members. It's still really gonna be a long walk to the finishing line. So we'll not be running, we'll be walking, given the number of candidates we need to see. I will formalize once I've seen the emails. I'm made to understand in the other days we may be short of one candidate. There's been other withdrawals for different reasons, which would be able to fly to the day concerned. Otherwise, thanks. This session is
Thank you,
adjourned.
Chair.
Thank you. Good night.
We are calling now, Chair. We are no longer walking.
No, Pambo has just organized Umlindale, so we're here.
Hey,
Okay,
And Dr. Basobu will be Mfundisi Omlindele.
Yeah, no, Umlindale throughout until we finish by Friday.
So long you do not collect money, I will collect money. I'm the treasurer here.
No,
the money now.
You must be careful. There's a pastor who promised to rise in 3 days. It seems the congregation is not coming. Don't be a treasurer.
Bye-bye.